Yes, market record.
Recording.
I don't like already.
I've gone live.
I really like it.
How can you record it?
There's a this thing.
Separate software.
Please come back, come back.
There's what?
I'm forgetting what is what. Please come back to the
It's up. I need to go.
I've already said stuff out. You get it.
Yeah, live right now.
I'm live, but not visuals, just image.
Okay, so how do you record the audio? Let me hear. That's what I'm saying.
I'll click on recording to record whatever thing with
Okay, so it's the YouTube version now.
yes.
I thought you didn't want to record on Audacity. It's not work.
Click on
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I thought I was the only one in the hall. How are you doing this morning? I hope my voice did not startle you back to reality. Okay. Can you be kind enough to say good morning to the person sitting to your right and to your left? Share a smile, share a high five. It's how the ladies are smiling more than the men. Gentlemen, leave, don't worry. The money will come. The contract will come. Don't worry. The alert will enter today. Smile. It's always said, me. Don't worry, to come. So people are literally expecting money to come this morning. But I mean, just meet someone, just get to continue now. Say hello. Compliment someone. Tell them they look nice. They look amazing. They look fine. But make sure you don't compliment somebody's wife or somebody's husband. And I will not be held responsible for that. Make sure if they are married, just look away. If they are not, you can shoot your shots. You understand? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to Rome Business School Career Fair 3.0, third edition of the Rome Business School Career Fair. And it's a pleasure and delight to serve as the master of ceremonies for today. My name is on the board, the screen. But it will just be nice to say myself. Okay, so my name is Jade Sola Adeodun. Professionally, I'm called Lady Jade, and I'm the founder of Lady Jade Global Comms. I'm also a student of Rome Business School Corporate Communications. Classmates, are you around? Corporate Comms, you should represent. Okay, yes, I mean, that's the good thing about having a microphone. You tend to represent your departments. Anyways, and of course, I want us to understand this, that the reason why we're here is for Rome Business School to connect talented students and alumni to leading organizations from across different industries. Today is an opportunity for us to network, to connect, to discover new career paths for those of us that probably might be in between, jobs or careers, or just to be able to take a step forward towards professional success. And just like we know in Rome Business School, we are being built, we are being trained to be better managers for a better world. And we have an amazing lineup of panelists. By the way, in the course of today's event, we have two panel sessions rather, and it's going to be very rich and robust because Rome Business School went through the due diligence to ensure that the caliber of men and women that will be speaking to us in the course of today's event are people that have gone through their own processes, and they're also doing well in their individual organizations alike. And of course, to move quickly for the welcome address, before I do that, how many of us were present virtually yesterday? Because yesterday was day one. How was the experience for you? Why are you speaking in lower caps? What's going on? Speaking in upper cap. Speaking in caps lock. How was the experience for you? You panelists, don't stop it. I don't like it. Yeah, panelists, don't give us expo. People of God, how was it yesterday? It was fun. It was amazing. Don't worry, today is also going to be extra better. And of course, to our virtual students watching us online, I want to say a very big thank you for joining us. I mean, we know that you would have loved to be here, but either you're probably not in Lagos, but regardless, we are glad that you're connected with us right here at the Rome Business School Career Fair 3.0. Any alumni in the building? Any alumni? Please be proud, please. Please put your hands together. Students, that's our senior. Please clap for him. That's your senior. You need to jump out, but it's not easy to be a product of Rome Business School. So moving on quickly, I'd like to bring up on stage the head of career services and alumni relations at Rome Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome on stage Miss Sarah Ogo. Sarah, please keep on clapping till she gets here. If not, my balance will be complete. Please keep on clapping. Thank you very much. She's looking so lovely this morning. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Sorry, I had to put down my thoughts on paper because I'm not a professional and a certified public speaker like Jade Shola. All right, good morning, everyone again. Are we excited to be here? Before I proceed, how many of us was at the Rome Business School Career Fair 2.0? Oh yeah, I can see your hand. Okay, so we have 98% new participants for this year. A round of applause for yourself. All right, so before I proceed, I'd like to give us an insight into our agenda for today, what you should look out for, and you can go through your program. So right now is the welcome address from me, and next, Mr. Sam Igwe, the Director of Didactic, is going to take our event objective. Next, we're going to move into our panel section that is going to last for an hour, 40 minutes. And we also have our panelists, all four of them present. We're going to take question and answers in between before proceeding to the next panel section. So like the compare for today's set, we're going to be having two panel sections. How many of us took out time to go through the agenda of today before coming to the events? Okay, were you able to take questions? Were you able to prepare questions ahead for the panelists? No. Okay. All right. So if you have not done that, I want you to take a look at your program right now, and you can craft out questions, intelligent questions to ask our panelists before their section. So then we'll move on to our second panel section. We'll take Q&As. We'll recognize our sponsors, and then we'll open the booth for interviews, for mentorship. We're going to have a coaching section. We've designed a special coaching section for the panelists or for the participants of today. So this means that if you're transitioning from one career to the other, we have career transition specialists, we have career coaches, and we have mental health coaches at the background. They're going to be at the extreme, just behind the door. You can reach out to them and they will be willing to listen and provide professional advice. So moving on, I would like to let us know that the toilet is behind, the restroom is behind this building. So when you step out of the door and you take your left, you get to see the ladies and the gents. And also, in case of emergencies, there are 4 exits to this hall. We have one by your right, one by your left, and 2 at the extreme ends. In case of fire, please do not rush, do not panic. Move gently to the closest exit next to you. All right, so that being said, I would like to welcome everyone once again and to let us know that the Rome Business School Career Fair is an annual event where we invite companies to speak with talent, to recruit ambitious and professional participants or students of Rome Business School. All right, so right now, I think I am done. I would like to hand over to Jade Shola and to officially again declare this gathering open in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Please put your hands together. For emergency, right? How many of you in your mind said, God forbid? I'm in your, no, let's be, because we Nigerians, we can be very spiritual. The auntie in red, you said, God forbid, in your mind, I'm like, God forbid, there will not be fire in the name of Jesus. But we just have to follow protocol. Are we together? All right, now moving on quickly for the event objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the head of didactic at Rome Business School. How many online students? I know that we have beef with didactic departments, but don't worry. Sir, don't worry, we love you. We will not attack you, we will not come for you, but we'll just show you love. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we bring up on stage Mr. Sam Igwe as he comes to read out the event objectives. Thank you. Please keep on clapping. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, once again. We're glad that you're here for the Career Fair 3.0. And I want to welcome everyone again. Like the moderator said, yes, we don't have beef. We are together. All right, so I'll just share a few thoughts before we have the panelists speak to us. Today is a very important day for every one of us that is here this morning, and I believe that we are all going to maximize the opportunity that have been created for us today. First and foremost, I want to once again welcome everyone on behalf of the founding president of Rome Business School, Professor Antonio Ragusa, and the management of Rome Business School Nigeria. I also want to appreciate our panelists who are all here this morning for the first panel session and also for the second panel session. We are in for a great time this morning. And I know that every one of us here, like Sarah mentioned, if you've not written down the question that you have for this session, it's important that you write down your question and then you have the opportunity to ask your question. So I'll be speaking just briefly on the objective of the career fair, but I also want to take us as relates to your journey in Rome Business School Nigeria and the opportunities that we create around our activities for our students here in Rome Business School. First off is the fact that in Rome Business School we have two career paths for our students. Okay, we have two career paths for our students. We have the entrepreneurial path and we have the career path. On the career path, the most important activity on the career path is what we're having today, which is the career fair. And on the entrepreneurial part, the most important activity we have is the business fair, which will be coming up later in the year. And so it's important to understand that Rome Business School is a very important bridge. We are a bridge between the supply and demand of talent, especially in this country. And now that we're speaking about opportunities beyond barrier, we are also, we have, as you can see from the numbers that speak for itself, which you're part of. Okay, we have students and alumni who are also connected, who are already experiencing borderless opportunities in our community. So we have up to 38% of our current community in terms of students who pursue international career. And as you can also see, we're the first business school in Africa to be accredited by DASCA. DASCA is the Data Science Council of America. We are also the second institution in Nigeria to be accredited by CIM UK after Covenant University. We deliver experience-based learning and practical-based learning. We have a network in terms of destination currently for study tours and boot camps in more than 3 locations. In terms of faculty base, we have over 103 faculties in our community today. We also have an annual student base of 1,500 plus. Also, as you would validate, the opportunities that are being shared to you on the various platforms as relates to job opportunities from the career fair, counting over 2,592 in terms of annual job share to students. Company visits as well and company meetings, which some of us have been part of over the period of our studentship, and those of us that are also alumni. And we currently have a portfolio of 20 master's program that we manage, including that's speaking about the executive portfolio and the international portfolio. And then we have a wide range of international and national partnerships with corporations and companies that you can also leverage for your own career growth and acceleration. Then also, as you, most of us are participants of the weekly webinars, which happens sometimes twice in a week. So on average, annually we host over 115 webinars, workshops for our students in our community, just to ensure that all this is geared towards delivering our objective of better managers for a better world. I will just say this is from me. I won't have this and I will not say something. All right. So the coming together of two words, education and business, is a relationship that fosters talent deployment and development. And that's what we are doing today. And that's what business schools are about. The fact that we're able to connect academia and business together to be able to deploy talent and also ensure that these talents that are deployed, we are also participating actively in the development of talent. And it's on this note that I'm going to just share three key thoughts that I feel that is important as we move in this conversation. The first is the concept of strategic inflection point in career. And this is the thought that a concept that was promoted by the co-founder of Intel, okay, in terms of business strategy, but it also connects to your strategy as an individual in terms of building of your career. A strategic inflection point is a major change in the competitive landscape that requires a fundamental change in strategy. And in today's world of work, the landscape is changing, both for employers and for employees. And so the strategic inflection point is that point where you get to in your career. And the decisions you make will either signal a catastrophic decline, as you can see from the graph, or an exponential growth. If you look back in your career, you know, or in your life generally, you know that there are certain decisions that triggered exponential growth. The same applies to your career. And as we begin to listen to the panelists, it's important that we take in the learnings that will help us, that as we progress in our career, we are able to take advantage of every strategic inflection point that we have in our career, and then we experience exponential growth. This is very important because you need to begin to ask yourself certain questions as to what are the changes that are happening in your industry. That could be an inflection point. What are the changes that are happening in your country? That is also an inflection point. You also need to ask yourself, what are the changes that are happening in your organization? These are important questions that you take home, and then answers to these questions can also signal decisions that can help you progress in your career. For us, is that our objective in Rome Business School is that at the end of the day, you're able to have exponential growth in your career. And every one of us seated here is found in one or two places, in one part of the next slide. Okay, this is the bell curve. You're either at the point in your current organization. For those of us in HR, I have legends in HR. How many of us were part of the open days? Any of the open day before enrollment? Okay, there's always somebody I mentioned during the open day, and I say that he has 2 PhD, but he has never worked in the academia course. So you're going to listen to him, and that's Dr. Nijinji. He will be explaining to all, not that is their area in terms of managing talent, in terms of where you fit in. When they look at where you fit in at every point in time, is either you're on your way out or you're on your way to the next level. So the bell curve looks at, classifies people based on performance within an organization. And most organizations use this as a basis to establish career growth to establish whether the candidate or the employee or the talent is moving out of the system or to the next level or remaining at the same level. And you see the bottom 10% who are serious underperformers. You see the next 15% who are below performance or below expectation. And then you look at those who are just there, a majority of them who are just there, the 50%. And then you look at the next 15% who are, above expectation or who perform above expectation. And of course, those categorized as excellent performers. And that is where we believe that with the details, with the knowledge that we're going to gain here, with the opportunities available to us today, we'll be able to always be within the top 10%. How many of us want to be there? Or how many of us are playing at that level? All right, thank you. And that brings me to my last thought before I just share the objectives to you, which is the marginal gain theory. The marginal gain theory, this is also a very important theory for us as individuals, as professionals who want to grow and optimize our career. The principle is that small incremental improvement in any process amounts to a significant improvement when they are all added together. So this theory is on the basis that if you just make a 1% improvement on a daily basis, 1% improvement on a daily basis as relates to your career, as relates to your field of endeavor, you're going to have tremendous result at the end of the year. And it also says that if you just make 1% decline in your improvement consistently on a daily basis, you're going to end up at the negative end. Now, those of us that are surveyors or that knows one or two things about surveying, you would really understand this, that an inch error from a starting point going far in front can result to kilometers of error. And so the theory of marginal gain is very important for us as professionals, that as we're seated here and we're moving from here, we are progressively making incremental progress and incremental development and growth in terms of enhancing our skills, our capacity, and our leadership potential in our career. And that brings us to the opportunities available to you in this career fair. Is in threefold. One is on the fact that you're going to gain knowledge here. And in terms of knowledge, you're going to gain knowledge that will impact on your skills and your attributes. You're also going to learn in terms of behaviorals and values, because the panelists that we have, they are seasoned professionals, like I mentioned, and they are going to be sharing some values that are also very important for you to grow your career. And then you are also going to have some form of social awareness, some sort of cultural intelligence are going to be shared with us today. And then on the second part is as relates to growth, which for every one of us, that's why we have recruiters also present here, is that there's going to be growth on the aspect of recruitment. There's going to be growth for you in terms of opportunity awareness. You're also going to have career options on this part here today. And then the third part of it is visibility, which is also very, very key and very, very important. And on this part of visibility is for the employee and for the employer. For the employee, in today's world, we're talking about personal branding. So this platform provides an opportunity for you. I've seen some of us have taken pictures. It's also something that you can share on LinkedIn. It's also something that you can tag the companies represented here and tag Rome Business School. This platform provides an opportunity for you for personal branding, and also for the employee, for the employers, the organizations represented here, an opportunity for employer branding, and of course, networking. It provides a very big opportunity for every one of us to network, to connect, and to interact. So the focus is on your career. And then I close on this thought. And I believe and I hope that today will bring returns to you in terms of your return on investment. And you may ask what investment. You've invested your time, you invested your energy to be here. And this is how I feel you can get the best return on investment today. So ensure that you engage, ensure that you impress when you go to any of the stands, ensure that you network, ensure that you connect, and it doesn't just end at that. After today, ensure also that you follow up. Thank you so much.
Industry giants, it's safe to call them industry giants because they have stood out, amongst others. And permit me to start with the man with the double PhD. I mean, in my mind, I'm wondering how was he able to do it? Those of us they had to beg us to do masters, but somebody did two PhD. You can do it. Tell your neighbor you can do it. If he did it, you can do it. That's somebody. What do you mean? Exactly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I recognize Dr. Kehinde Onijigi. Please put your hands together for him, please. Sir, not yet, sir. We're just recognizing. Please put your hands together. He is the Executive Director, COO of Right Foods Limited. Please put your hands together and celebrate him. Sir, you're welcome. Thank you for coming. We understand that you have a very busy schedule, but you chose to be with Rome Business School this morning. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the head of talent management, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Seun Adewumi. Is she around? Hi, looking very lovely in blue. My goodness. I love Rome Business School. We know how to do these things. All right, ladies and gentlemen, she is the founder, Star Guide HR Consulting, Lady Mercedes Mfon. Please put your hands together for her, please. I'm tempted to ask you a question. Are you a stakeholder in Mercedes? Because this one that your name is Mercedes is in the middle of your name. Yeah, I mean, you know now. Yeah. Okay. And of course, a HR thought leader, Mr. Benga Totoe, is he around? He's probably on his way, but please, let's celebrate him in absentia. I'm sure that in the course of the event, he will join us. Okay, and of course, part of the panelists, we have Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun. He is the elected council member, CIPM. Please celebrate him. He's around. He is in the hall as we speak. And of course, this lady is the Chief HR FMR agency. She is Thelma Ibe. Please put your hands together for Thelma, please. I believe she's around. All right, she's smiling at me. Okay. All right, and of course, this gentleman, he's the Director General of NECA. He is Wale Smart Oyenride. Please put your hands together for him, please. You're welcome, sir. I believe he's on his way and he'll be here shortly. And of course, she is the Employee Experience Business Partner, Mental Health Commission of Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please recognize and celebrate with me Guinea Kwanwa Zowam. Let's put your hands together for her, please. Okay, now that being said, now it's time for us to bring up the first panel session, and I will be reading out their bio. And please don't be intimidated. Don't feel bad. Don't worry. Yes, everybody, we're all on our journey. Don't use another person's clock to gauge your time. Everybody's on their own time. Are we good? Don't go and say, what am I doing with my? They are doing something with you. You're in Rome Business School. Do you understand? Okay. So our first panelist to come up, he is the board level business executive. He is a board level business executive with strong background in people management, strategy and execution. He has demonstrated history of value creation in the manufacturing and financial services industries. He's skilled in strategy manufacturing process improvement, supply chain operations, and regulatory matters, consulting, change turnaround management, and strong business partnership with 2 Doctor of Philosophy, PhD, focus in human resource management, which is in knowledge management, and strategic management, which is a consultative strategy. He has attended about 30 management trainings and conferences in human resource and strategic management from notable institutions and business schools. He is a certified balanced scorecard professional from George Washington University, USA, and Balanced Scorecard Institute, West Africa. He was the head of human resources and admin of Honeywell Flour Mills. In addition to being a member of the management team steering the business strategy, he joined the service of Wright Foods Limited in October 2029 as the head human resources and admin. And he was responsible for the people management strategy and please put your hands together now. All this, please clap. What a weight. My goodness. All right, where was I? Yeah, and execution among other businesses management functions until his appointment as the Executive Director, Chief Operating Officer of Wright Foods Limited, the manufacturer of your proudly Nigeria Biggie brand. How many of us still ate Biggie this morning? You had Biggie, or you had it yesterday, or you drank Biggie water. Don't be ashamed. Don't worry. Our guy is here. So at least you never can tell. You can get, yeah. And of course, he is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria. And he has served on 5 different committees of council in the last 15 years. He has served as a subject matter expert for SMEs and, of course, for the HR body of knowledge in the last 15 years as well. He's also an ad hoc committee for the review of Nigerian Labour Act for the National Assembly's consideration, and currently on an ad hoc committee for the review of national minimum wage. So don't worry if you have people that are core members, he's got you people covered. He's speaking for you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Kehinde Onijijin. Please, sir, you can come up on stage now. Please keep on clapping till he gets here. The man with the double PhD. It should be Dr. Kehinde, because, it's noisy. Doctor. You're welcome, sir. He looks very humble. He's not proud at all. Some of us, let me not go there. Let me just relax. Okay, so the next person I'm about to call, she's a lady, and she is the head of talent management, Dangote Refinery Limited. She is an accomplished and driven human resource management executive with over 17 years of practical experience. She has worked with and led teams within the oil and gas, management consulting, FMCG, information technology and engineering industries. She's especially skilled in infusing technology and innovation into the implementation of business and people management strategies. She's highly passionate about developing and adapting great work culture, collaborating effectively with relevant stakeholders on various initiatives to deliver value to both people and leadership. She is the founder of Geminil Consulting, a talent sourcing and capacity development enterprise born out of passion to improve talent sourcing in the labor market and provide job opportunities for competent professionals. She is passionate about youth empowerment, capacity development, and employability, and this has led her to be actively involved as an astute speaker in youth empowerment and employability related forums. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Seun Olubukola Adewumi as she comes on stage as one of our panelists for the first panel session. Please keep on clapping till she gets here. Is how our panelists, they look very humble, but they carry weight. That's how we do it. All right. Now, this next person is a lady as well. She's known as Lady Mercedes. Ma, did you drive a Mercedes today? Don't mind me, all right. Okay, she's a luminary in the global human resource landscape, armed with an MBA in Human Resource Management and a distinguished professional postgraduate qualifying diploma in Management, Consulting Practice and Organizational Transformation. She's an alumni of the prestigious Lagos Business School, Executive Education, and a distinguished member of the International Professional Masters Association in the United Kingdom. Lady Mercedes brings a wealth of academic excellence to her professional endeavors. She has influence in training, performance management, and employee engagement, which fosters an environment where HR is a trained resource, respected for its expertise, and sought after for consultation and support. And her commitment to excellence extends beyond the professional realm, as she's a certified United Nations. Are we good? Okay. She is a certified United Nations SDG advocate, and she's actively engaged in the community where she serves as a liaison officer at the content workshop, contributing significantly to the eradication of rape culture in Nigeria. Sound, are we good? Okay. Okay, all right. Among youths, and her dedication reflects an unwavering commitment to helping individuals recover from traumatic experiences and advancing towards a safe and more inclusive society. Ladies and gentlemen, Lady Mercedes Mfon, please come on stage. Thank you. Please keep on clapping till she gets here. You're very welcome, ma'am. We're so glad to have Lady Mercedes with us today at the Rome Business School Career Fair. And of course, the fine gentleman, he is the elected council member of, with CIPM. He's an accomplished and skilled human resource executive and researcher with over 21 years of experience across high-profile industries, including power, oil and gas, telecommunications, broadcasting, real estate, advertising, academia. Please put your hands together, please. Clap, clap, clap. That is quite a wide range of industries, if you ask me. Consulting and volunteer work, he offers professional expertise and a diverse range of skills within training and development, organizational strategy development, business partnership, change management, employee relationship management, and administrative expert HR role. He holds a PhD in Economics Department, University of Lagos, MBA from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, MSc Economics, University of Lagos, BSc in Economics, University of Ilorin, and he worked formerly as the head Human Resources Eternal PLC, Group Head Global Accelerex Holdings, Head Employee Relations at Ikeja Electric, and it goes on and on and on. He's also a member of Toastmasters International and has attained the highest award of Distinguished Toastmaster, published 48 papers in reputable journals. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dr. Oluyemi Adeosu as he comes on stage. You're welcome, sir. Keep on clapping till he gets to his seat, please. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, no, doctor has to respect doctor. That's how we do it. That's how doctors do it. Thank you so much, sir. All right. And now to moderate this panel session, she's the life of the party, but she likes to be very calm. She doesn't like to show herself too much. But by the time she starts to moderate this panel session, you would agree with me, as to what I'm saying. She is the head of people and culture at Bankley. Ladies and gentlemen, Chibuso Ihetuge Eric, please put your hands together as she moderates this amazing, power-packed. Please keep on clapping till she gets on stage. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm sure you have microphones either to your right or to your left. You have microphones beside you. Is there a microphone beside you, ma'am? Okay, I guess we'll get to share, because there are two microphones here, so we'll just have to share them. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Are we excited? Are we excited to be here? I don't know about you, but the weight is a lot coming from my left and my right. Just to build up expectations. Every time I, moderate a panel, one of the things I say to everyone sitting is, even if you don't leave here with anything, leave with one thing that you're going to do. Not one thing you're going to learn, one thing you're going to do. Because we step in, I guess we obviously have gone to a lot of, career sessions or not, or you've joined online and you can't even remember what you got from the last one sometimes. So we don't want that to be a repetition for today. So please, one thing you're going to do, you're going to action from here. Let that be your expectation. Again, thank you. My panelists, it's such a huge pleasure. You know what these people you see on LinkedIn? They're sitting close to me. My LinkedIn will not hear what today because, I'm going to make some noise. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to drop right into it. And we are talking about global trends and strategies for success. One of the interesting things,
when she was reading the profile of our panelists is you can see that they are doing things that transcend beyond Nigeria. They are global. And I know that all of us here, we want, foreign currencies. Amen. So we need to listen to them. When people have proven results in things that they do, then it is very necessary that we listen. So some ground rules. Please write down your questions. We'll be taking questions from the audience. I don't know if we'll pass papers around, but please, you can write them down. And so for my panelists, I'm not going to be focusing on one person per time. I'm just going to pass my questions across board. So very interesting things I'm going to say about my panelists. When I was reading their profile and I was thinking, so every time I drink Biggie, that strategy session, Dr. Kehinde was there. Dr. Kehinde was there when I was, So he's very big on strategy from his profile. So I'm going to ask him the first question today. We all want to succeed in the global business environment. Everyone wants to build something that transcends the local space where they are at. And we are leaders that are hoping to transform societies and change lives. So my question, sir, will be, what are the qualities that are essential for individuals, professionals as ourselves to thrive, in the global business environment? Dr. Kehinde, that question is
all right. Thank you very much. Good morning once again, gentlemen and ladies. Don't mind me, I'm putting men first because of my gender insensitivity. All right. Thank you. What are the qualities that you actually require to play well and successfully in a global market today, irrespective of your industry and your core, your professional core? You will agree with me that today, if there is any time, or there was any time, the whole world is in turmoil. The time is now. And every institution, every organization is looking for problem solvers. And I tell you for free that anywhere you go, anywhere in any continent, people are craving for solution providers who can navigate through the current unprecedented, uncertainty, ambiguous economic environments. And then for you to be positioned in such an environment that you can create value or add value or improve values, first thing I think, in my opinion and experience over the years, is that as a person, you must think creatively. You must be a creative thinker. I'm not saying you should be a good artist like Michelangelo. I'm saying that in your mindset, you must think possibilities. Never say no. Always say yes to anything and every complexity. And that's the first thing. And the second, that is like it, is your capability in diagnosing issues and problems. And that's what I call problem solving. You must be able to scientifically analyze issues. And if you are hiring, for some of us that are in HR space, if you are hiring anyone to solve a problem for you, and is not able to analyze issues, then there's a problem. I will add this to it. In your problem analysis, your perspectives matter. And I would say that you must have this, what we call global perspective. By global perspectives, I'm not saying you should think like an Asian, or think like an European, or think like a Portuguese, but you look at things from the global views, which you call eagle eye or helicopter perspective. Don't be sentimental to your environment. Look at things from, okay, I see your point. I have a strong point, but come. I mean, I get your points. You must be able to see things from different angles. Otherwise, there's no way. If you see things, for instance, from your tribal perspective or from your orientation or your background or your industrial perspective, the likelihood that you fail is very high. So it is important that you see things from global perspective, and then you are culturally aware. You know, you'll be dealing with a lot of people on any project, on any assignment, on any endeavor. People that are within your space, that are things like you, people that are out of your scope, that will not think like you, irrespective of, haven't you been at a meeting and you have a very strong point to present and you have made a very strong presentation, well-researched well thought out, views. And somebody said, gentlemen, I'm struggling to understand. Could you please come again? And then you are wondering, what was wrong with your ears when I was presenting this thing with all this data? Are you saying data? You'll be wondering, but that is the beauty of diversity. That is the beauty of the world we are today. That perspective that under individual is bringing to check your presentation or to check your views is important, and you got to listen. You cannot say because, I'm kind, you need to have a PhD. What are you talking about? No, there is a guy without a master's degree who has a profound idea, who can tweak your views and change your direction to better. So as a professional or as a growing professional, you must be sensitive to this point that you understand perspective of issues from every angle. And lastly, before I drop the microphone, you must be yourself. You know what we call candor? You know what it is? You must be transparently honest to yourself. You must be brutally sincere to your capability and incapabilities. You must know your limits. In summary, you call it emotional intelligence. Very key. Without it, you are going nowhere. But if you have it, even without so much skills, it means you are going places. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Just a recap of some of the things he said. I remember he said, the first thing is to be a problem solver. He said, never say no. All these people that will be given tasks in the office, every time is no. Doc say don't say no. And when he has 2 PhDs, please listen. And secondly, he said analyze issues, and just not analyzing it, but analyze from a place of global perspective and be yourself, emotional intelligence. So my next question will go to Michelle. I'm a HR professional and I'm also a recruiter. And we see that when we bring out certain CVs, say you're hiring an accountant for a financial institution, most times people are looking at, have you worked in a financial institution before? But the lady sitting close to me has experience across various industries: IT, telco, oil and gas, engineering. So my question will be, what were the initial steps you took to establish yourself as that HR across these industries? How did you do it?
Good morning, everyone, once again. Good morning. Now I'll start with ladies and gentlemen. We'll flip it around. Okay, great. So how I started, first things first, I didn't even go with the mindset of thinking, hey, I'm going to diversify into different industries. I think, in fact, it didn't occur to me that I had explored several industries until maybe by my 4th row. But more importantly, I think particularly for HR, accountants, for generalist roles that are not necessarily technical, keep an open mind. Your competence is what opens doors for you. It's not so much so the industry. Before I became the head of talent management for Dangote Sugar Refinery, I had never worked in the FMCG space. I had done IT, I had done oil and gas, but it was my first role in FMCG. So it's not so much so the industry, but your competence and capacity, right? Be good at what you do. Right. So there's a lot of generalization. People talk a lot. There's a lot of cheap talk. People are great at talking, but when it comes to doing the work, it's a different ballgame. But the critical qualities, your ability to be a team player, teamwork, know your stuff, develop your competence so much that if you if you had everything else and the only snag was that you were not an industry fit, it would be so inconsequential because you're so good at what you do. So focus on developing yourself in different contexts. Your networking is also very important. The way I see it and the way it played out for me was I'm an HR professional. And even though I would have to understudy the industry, right? It's all learning. Keep an open mind and be ready to learn. As long as you're ready to learn, you're good. I had to learn. I'm the FMCG space. I had to also engage other people, other HR professionals who had been in the FMCG space much longer than I was. I was not ashamed to reach out to a few people to say, hey, I'm now in your industry. Can we have a quick chat? Right? Here are the things I'm facing. Here's what's different. With IT, it was completely different. In oil and gas, I had to start studying the regulations. What are the oil and gas regulations in Nigeria, and how would that help me succeed in my work? So being open-minded to read, right? Read, speak to other professionals. Don't think, it's just HR. So here I am, I'll adapt it. You're setting yourself up here. So, can you hear me? Okay, so So first things first, be open-minded and be ready to learn. I know the regulatories in that industry, right? Know the regulations. What does the law say in this industry? There are some organizations that have labor law, that have, unions. Where I came from, there was no union, having to adapt into a unionized organization as well. So do your research and identify the key difference and be ready to be adaptable. So be open-minded about being adaptable and engage other stakeholders who are playing in that. And I think being in forums like this is also a good way to prepare yourself, right? And then don't be a local champion. Beyond talking to other people here, check globally as well. What's happening in the global space in this industry? If you desire to be in an industry, you need to make the effort to prepare. Opportunity begets preparation. So look at what's happening in the global market and see if you can channel your skill to align. And so when you have a solid foundation in your field and you've acquired knowledge, even if you haven't practiced years. Even if you haven't practicalized it, if you have a strong foundation and capacity, you will thrive and you would excel, right? So we still experience where many organizations say, oh, this person is great, but they have no experience in finance or they have no experience in XYZ. But I think organizations are now keeping a more open mind because guess what? A lot of people have jackpot. We're now struggling, there's more skill, there's more scarce skill. So let's leverage on that opportunity. Be so good at what you do that the industry that you have experience from will be inconsequential. Thank you. Yeah.
Love that. Be so good at what you do that the industry you come from is inconsequential. So my next question will go to this lady who has giving career advice to over 200 professionals. And I like when they call her a global HR because we are talking about global trends. So Lady Mesdes, some of us want to work in international companies. I know some people here, they be eyeing one company, and they're like, how do I even get into this space? We're talking about international. We want to operate locally, but have global, outlook. How can people prepare themselves, for the international job market? Where do we even start from?
All right. Hello, everyone. Good to be here. Hi. So we'll just go straight into it. So there are two sides to this coin. To get an international job, you either migrate or you work here, you live here, and then you work with an international organization, either as a remote employee or even with a multinational. So I'll just give an overview of the three important things you must do, and it will encompass those that want to travel and those that want to stay back here. So the first thing you must do if you're traveling is to research the countries you want to work in. Some people say, I want to work with an international organization, but they don't know where, even when they want to travel. They're open to anything, and that won't do. So what you need to do is have a plan A, B, or C. A, B, and C. What's your first choice, your second choice, and then your third choice of the country you like to work in? That's if you're traveling. Just research their work-life balance, research their culture, look at your career. Will my career thrive in that organization or that country I'm going to? What's the demand like? What are the industry-specific requirements? That's what you should do. Now, the second one, if you're going to travel, you need to know about the visa requirements. What will it cost you to get a work visa? What are your options to getting into that country? Will you have to go to school for a while? Will you have to get a bridge job before you get your dream job? And then the third thing to do is to look in the mirror, assess yourself. If you're traveling or you want to work with an international organization, look at yourself. How relevant are your qualifications? How relevant are your certifications? How relevant are your degrees? I remember when I was trying to get a job, or let me say, get into school in the US. I was running a master's degree with one new organization that came to, a new school that came to Nigeria at that time. It no longer exists. They claimed to be international. And I paid the initial fee, but there was a snag, in my mind about the school. So I called another school in the US, telling them I wanted to pursue, let's say, a PhD, but I was going to come with a master's from that so-called international school that came to Nigeria. And you know what the lady told me? She said, I can't find them here. They're not recognized in our system. So if I had continued with that program, thankfully it was just a small fee I had paid, I would have just been able to get there with my first degree from the University of Lagos. So you have to do your due diligence. Is my qualification relevant? Where do I bridge the gap? What do I need to do? This is where you have to actually conduct a SWOT analysis. So you look at your strengths, look at your weaknesses, look at the opportunities and threats. As we know, SWOT, strengths and weaknesses are intrinsic. They are you're on your part to groom and to build a gap. And then opportunities and threats are actually extrinsic. So for your strengths, you want to say, if you're migrating, my degree is relevant, I'm strong, I'm resilient, I'm adaptable to change. That could fall into your strength box. And then for the weaknesses, perhaps you don't have enough money. So you need some time to work on your present job or to get a better paying job. That's a bridge job. So that will fall into your weaknesses, but which will become a strength in about 6 months to 1 year. That also works if you want to stay back here and you're looking for a remote job. You're assessing your qualifications. You look at the companies, you have target companies as well. So go there, look at the job descriptions, look at what they require for the role you aspire to fill. Look at their people on LinkedIn. What do they have? How did they get there? Just imagine what they had to do. In fact, you have the facts on their LinkedIn profile. Work towards it. Then look at the opportunities and threats. So for opportunities, for those that are traveling, you might want to say that you have more people, you have people there, you have built a network over time to your destination, and so to be easy for you to acclimatize. And the opportunity could be that by the time you finish your program, if you're going for school first before working, and by the time you start working over there, over a few years, you get back home and then you become a top level executive. That's an opportunity for you. Threats could be something like unstable weather, unstable job market, high demand, high supply, or very little supply. So everyone is trying to run to the UK, everyone is trying to run to the US or wherever. But you need to know, what are you up against? What are your chances? So those are the threats. So essentially, research the organization, research the countries you want to work with or work in. Firm up your visa application. What are immigration plans? You need to firm that up. Start in advance. So if your goal is to move in 1 year or to work in an organization in 1 year, start now. Start today to firm up your plans, because you don't want to get a job and then you're not ready. You're not ready to move. No one will wait for you. And then the third one is look in the mirror, assess yourself, be honest, be brutally honest with yourself.
Thank you so much. I hope we got that for us that are looking to Japa. Okay, so my next question, of course, you know to who, Dr. Oluyemi. I remember casting my vote for him in CIPM. And I'm glad to be sitting here with him. So a quick story before I ask my question. I remember when I wanted to enroll with Rome Business School, I was saving for a car. I still don't have a car, so in case you want to give me a car, I'll love it. And I remember making that initial deposit, and my sister said to me, you have a lot of projects on your hands. Are you sure that you're going to carry this? By the way, I've graduated from Rome Business School and I paid all my fees. I'm not owing them any money. Okay, yes. But I knew that I needed something that could, push me out there, especially because of the global outlook of the school. You hold multiple advanced, not just multiple. Did you people hear his profile? Advanced degrees and certifications, you hold that. So, and she talked about developing yourself. We want to know, we've heard how very important it is to, develop yourself, continuous learning and all that. But from your perspective, from your stories, how important for you to do one, do two, do three. That means there is something that a lot of people who are not pursuing it do not know. And that's what we like to ask you. What is the importance of all these advanced degrees that you've acquired over time and how, it can help us in this global trend pursuit? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. I would quickly like to start by sharing my story. I was serving in Taraba State some few years ago. I finished from University of Ilorin. I got a second class lower, 2-2. So back then in Taraba, in Jalingo to be precise, I think GT can relate. Help me celebrate my friend Benga Totoi. We used to buy what we call Tuesday Guardian, but we buy it on Wednesday. For you to know how far Jalingo was. Then we buy Thursday Guardian, but we buy it on Friday. So anytime we buy it in the Corpus Lodge, we buy one, like 50 coppers, we rotate and we scan through it. So I saw an advert, Mobile PLC. Then first requirement, 2-1 and above. So I was about to flip the pages. Something just told me to look at the next line. Guess what was written there? 2-2 with a master's can apply. That phrase is the beginning of my endless pursuit of education. Wow. I realized that no matter my deficiency right now, I can do something to make up. So it doesn't matter whether it's a third class, a pass, whatever it is. If you can do something more, that something more can be a master's program, it can be a certification, it can be combination. That's the first thing. The other thing I quickly noticed is that, so I'll use this analogy quickly. When you say a school is Ivy League, one of the qualifications of an Ivy League education is that you are not many. So I'll give you an example. So I was at University of Ilorin Economics, 100 level, we were 213 class. LASU, my set, they were about 1,000. Harvard, my set, they were 24. You see that? Now, by the time I was doing my master's, we were like 61 in class. So as you go to a higher level of education, what happens? The numbers drop. You become more exclusive. So you become an Ivy League professional. So for me, it's very key. The third point I'll quickly like to make. I read a book, Bill Gates. I bought that book 2005, 5,000 naira. When you remember how much you bought a book, it must be significant. So because I bought that book, I read it. The title of the book is Doing Business at the Speed of Thought, of Light. Bill Gates. It's a good book. I have it. I can borrow you. While I was reading that book, Bill Gates said something that changed my life. He said, the purpose of education, irrespective of the course of study, is to increase your capacity to think. 2, increase your capacity to analyze. 3, increase your capacity to provide solutions. This aligns with what my fellow Dr. Kennedy said, problem solving. So it now dawned on me that, okay, secondary school, primary school, a secondary school person should be able to analyze, think, and provide solution more than primary. Then a degree, then a master's. So the more education you get, all things being equal, I'm an economist, you already know, the more your capacity to think, to analyze and profile. Now, thing about continuous education is because you got capacity to think 20 years ago, if you don't continue, you are not going to be. So for those of us that are familiar with the kitchen utensil called knife, you keep sharpening it. When you bought it, it was sharp. If you don't keep sharpening it, and that is what continuous education does. It's not about the titles. It's not about the degrees. It's not so that you can call me MCIPM, HRCI. Forget about all those things. It is so that we will continue to have that cutting edge. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. Here, and you've just been asking yourself different questions. At a particular level of my life, I don't know what to do. We just had a solution. You just provide a solution to us. Keep, upskilling, keep learning, keep developing yourself. So my next question goes to Dr. Kehinde. I'll come back to you, sir. Of course, looking at what you've done in your career journey, how did your role as head of human resources and admin at Right Foods prepare you for your current position as executive director, COO? That's heavy titles. And some of us are here and we are aiming to move up the leadership ladder. How were you prepared? That role, how did you prepare you to step into this very senior role?
Okay, thank you. If you want to know, where would I start from? Was I actually being prepared or preparing myself?
Oh, yeah.
Not directly, actually.
Okay.
My intention as a professional is to become an academic professor. And that's my personal aspiration. But wherever I find myself, I put in my all in all. So I've been in HR for well over 20 years before that time. As HR person that I am, forget my current responsibility. My veins is HR fluid. I am a business partner. And as an HR person, you must know your business like any other person. You must sit with your CFO and discuss the business numbers. You must sit with every functional head in the production, in supply chain, procurement, foreign and local, in quality assurance or quality control, or operational excellence, or warehousing, or logistics, or transportation. Every facet of the business, you must sit to understand, because you are a service provider anyway. Mm-hmm. So as HR person, I was involved in almost every facet of the business. At a point, people were wondering my background and my qualifications. The company secretary will be arguing with me that, Doctor, you say you are not a lawyer. I don't believe you. You say you are not a lawyer, and you are talking like a lawyer. And then the CFO will sit me down to help him review the AFS. And then in production, we'll sit down and be discussing the formulation, the recipe. At a point, people didn't even know I was actually in HR. But that was my primary occupation. So I figured that somebody or some group of people are watching somewhere. When I was joining the organization, I had no thought of anything other than HR. I thought I was just going to do HR and then leave for something else and carry my chalk and blackboard and start to teach. I mean, that was my intention. But people were watching because it has always been me. Even prior to joining my current organization, everywhere I work, I am not just an HR person. I am part of the business. So when you hear our friend Dave Orish concept of HR business partnership, that's exactly what you should be doing. You are a business partner. You are not just hiring recruiting or whatever process in performance management system or L&D process or employee relations process, you are focusing on that. It's given, it's taken for granted that you are an expert in those areas. But creating value for the business. Imagine you make your HR dashboard reports at the end of the month and you submit, and everybody's just thinking, what are you talking about? Is your HR? Imagine a finance director makes her own or his own reports and gives to the same person, and everybody is screaming and thinking, what are we going to do? Let's have a business meeting. Let's have this and that. It is because of the value attachments. And sincerely speaking, if you ask me today, the primary role of any HR professional is to help your business to win in the marketplace. So whatever you are doing, you don't know your number one customer, you don't know your products, you don't even know the prices of your product. They're asking you, say, I'm not in HR. Actually, I'm not in sales. Actually, I'm in HR. I will give you a contact of some of my colleagues. You are not a business partner. You must know your business to that point. So as at the time I was going to be appointed as the executive director responsible for the business operations, it wasn't in my thoughts. I was just called upon, we noticed, we observed, the way executives do talk. And I said, okay, I don't understand. The role I'm supervising now, I'm responsible for the business strategy, actually. And I have to be responsible for production, for manufacturing process, for engineering services, for power generation and distribution, for logistics, for transport, for finance. Of course, HR is still my baby. Of course, you know that. For every facet of the business. And you're asking me, are you an engineer? No, I am not. Of course, you already know that I'm not an engineer. Are you a scientist? No, I'm a social scientist. At least science day for back. So I'm a social scientist. My job is to understand where the organization is going and then determine how we get there using people. You're never going to see me handling tools on the line. I will just be there to ask questions, intelligent questions, leading questions, probing questions. So as professionals, let's not limit ourselves to our role. In my organization, for instance, today, before you are rated a 5 on the scale of 5 in your appraisal system, you must be doing beyond your current role. Because if you are doing your current role, that's why we are being paid. There's nothing outstanding. You only be outstanding when you are adding value to other facets of the business, and others are seeing it visibly. So just to go back to the question, how did I prepare myself? I don't know. I was just doing what I think was good, was right. To understand the business, this is where I get my daily bread, and it must not fail. So whether it's in HR, or it's in finance, or it's in production, or it's in engineering, or it's in power generation, or it's in procurement, or it's in whatever, I'm interested.
Thank you.
And with that interest, of course, people identify that this guy is a value creator. And I was the first Nigerian to be appointed on the board of the company. Thank you.
Wow. So he said he doesn't know what he did, but as he was talking, I know what he did. He just created value. He was so valuable that it was necessary for him to sit at the helm of affairs of the business. It's a given. And I say to people, value is not difficult to find. It's not difficult to identify. If you give it, it shows. So my next question will be to Chengu. I'm coming back to you. They say those that see the future are those that can own it. Abi? So those that can see global opportunities are those that can step into it. But the question is, how can we even identify? I remember the first time I said volunteering for HRCI. I didn't even know there was anything like that. never knew. And there are a lot of opportunities for, global opportunities. So my question would be, you're doing amazingly well. You are managing culture within internationally, and you're so vested in talent management and helping people. So you're here to help us. Please help us. How can we identify these opportunities, all these global opportunities, and how can we get into them?
Okay, so I'll just start with your network is your net worth. I mean, we hear it all the time. It sounds like cliche, but it's so critical. Half the time, you're on LinkedIn and you just see a pop-up saying, oh, I'm happy to announce that I am now. You never know what the process is. Nobody tells you anything. You don't see any advertisements. You just keep seeing, announcements upon announcements.
Pressuring us on LinkedIn.
So a lot goes on behind the scenes. And so again, back to your network. Who's your network? Are you networking? What groups do you belong to? There are several inner caucus groups where opportunities come up. For example, Society of Corporate Governance, for board opportunities, they will typically always put roles. I'm a member of the Society for Corporate Governance. They will always put roles for board opportunities, both locally and globally within the group, only for members, right? So what kind of professional memberships are you being intentional about being part of? Again, don't be a local champion. What are you aspiring to do? Half the time, sometimes. I think I joined LinkedIn in 2007 while I was a student in the University of Manchester in the UK. And then LinkedIn was new. I mean, I wasn't active, but I joined. And what I would do is I would surf around and look at profiles of different people that I was aspiring, to want to have a career path like them. Start looking at the professional bodies that they belong to, etc. Right? So networking, being intentional about checking, doing research. I mean, technology is now at our fingertip, right? I have conversations. I recently applied for a leadership program as in preparation for boardrooms, right? And how did I even get that information? I was sat in a forum like this, and one of the speakers just mentioned, oh, for those of you who are interested you should apply to the Institute of Directors, etc. I mean, she said it passingly, but as I walked out, I just went to apply, right? So again, networking, spending your time in quality gatherings, speaking to the right people, you'll be amazed how many opportunities you can get. Instead of wasting time on Instablog, checking Chivido, etc., there are a lot more other things that you can do to improve, the quality of the knowledge that you have. Right? So that's one. So again, your professional body, being active in it, because a lot of credible tips come out in those conversations. Even within the LinkedIn community, there are several inner caucus groups that you can also join and belong to that pop up. For women, for example, there's a group called POWEN. It's a training program preparing women for board opportunities, both locally and internationally, right? So you want to register with something like this. They have an opening now. The founder is a friend of mine, Kende Peters. They have an opening where you can apply and actually get trained and develop yourself. So again, opportunity begets preparation. I mean, we see many opportunities, but are we even prepared? Half the time when they say send your profile, and then you send your profile and you don't even have the qualification, you're not prepared. You didn't do any research. You start so look at where you want to go and start to prepare a map for yourself and actually, because you can hear about the opportunities, but you might not have the qualification to enable you enter that room. So it's one thing to know about the opportunities, and another thing to actually be prepared for it. So being prepared is critical. Your gift will make way for you. So somehow, half the time you're sitting on your own, you're not even looking, and someone sends you a message in your inbox saying, hi, I'd like to. And then, but also again, there's Indeed, there's LinkedIn, there's Workable. A lot of opportunities now fly online, right? You need to be intentional about looking. I'm also identify mentors who are serious-minded and really intentional about developing other people. Information comes from there as well. Half the time when we see opportunities of, I've just completed a leadership program out in South Africa for 3 months, XYZ, it didn't come by magic. Many times they have sponsors, and when I say sponsors, I don't mean they fund them. Sponsors who are looking out for them and who tell them, hey, there's this opportunity, are you interested? I'll put in a reference for you. It's as simple as that. right? So we just need to connect ourselves into the right networks, be intentional, but more importantly, don't just be a taker, be a giver as well. So pay it forward to the next person. I've had people who have worked with me randomly, who worked with me years ago, who sent a message, say, hello boss, there's this opportunity, are you interested? And you apply. So how do you even treat your junior people? How do you treat people on your team? Sometimes they're the way openers for you as well, not just your bosses and your mentors. So again, we are back to your network. I can't underemphasize the quality of the network of people around you and your intentionality about preparing, right, for the opportunities that you aspire to. There are different stages, right? And you always know when you're ready for the next season. But before you get there, start to prepare your profile. But research, leverage on online. If there are credible webinars, in the past, I used to attend a lot of webinars. Now I've sort of reduced it because of work. But when they are strategic, I still make out time to ensure that I attend them. That's about it for me.
Thank you so much. Your network is your network. I know that you would have heard it a million times over. So my question will go to Lady Mesdes. Just after this round of questions, we'll take questions from the audience, and then we'll do one more round. Start preparing your questions. So my question will go to you, Lady Mesdes. Michelle mentioned that we need to get ready. We need to, service our network, but there's something called a resume. There's something called a cover letter. It goes ahead of us. Most times they don't know me, they've not seen me, but they've asked for it, right? And we're talking global opportunities, and we've heard so many times, adapt your CV, don't keep it for just one job, adapt it and all that. So my question would be, for job seekers who are looking for international opportunities, how should we prepare ourselves via our cover letters and our resumes?
All right. So your CV, your cover letter, your resume is your marketing tool. So like she said, it goes before you. You never can tell where it will go. You have limited time, limited space, but your CV goes everywhere and it speaks for you before you get into the room. So you should take care. You need to be sure that your CV is actually speaking the right things for you. I've seen lots of CVs. I'm like, what is this? People don't understand what CVs are, resumes are. You see things like hobbies that should not be there, or you see just people put responsibilities, their job title and lots of responsibilities, no impact. What exactly did you do? Now, if you're recruiting for a role, we know exactly, okay, we have an idea of what you should have done. But what are you telling us? You tell us what you achieved in the organization. What was your impact? If you don't put your impacts on your CV, it's just a blank document. Anybody can get a job description from Google or even ChatGPT and put it on a CV and say, this is what I did, or this were my responsibilities. One thing you must be aware of is the CV format. Have a CV format. It's an international job, yes. So we have a format in Nigeria. Do we really have anyone? Not really. But the UK and the US, they have different formats. Now we say don't put your photograph on your CV. I still see that a lot here. Well, we are not too strong on that, so it can pass. But it will be surprising if you do so, maybe applying for a job in the US. So wherever you want to apply, remember we spoke about target countries. Yeah. What CV format is acceptable in those countries? And you, as an individual, you must know, because if you give your CV if you contract your CV writing to a CV writer, they're professional CV writers. And I can tell you that some HR firms here, they actually write CVs and they'll write them well for you. But you need to know what the format is. Is it 2 pages? Is it 1 page? What's the language they use? There's English UK, there's English US. So if you're applying for a UK role, you should know that you should write it in English UK, because you're trying to mirror them. You're showing them that you have cultural awareness. Yes? How many pages is it supposed to be? You have to put it, make sure that it's the same thing. You have to know, because when a CV writer gives you back your document, you should be able to say, I don't think this is what I wanted, or I don't think you wrote it well. I got burnt once when I was a young professional. I think I was just about 3 or 2 years into the workspace. And I gave somebody my CV to write for me. And I kept saying, no, this is not what I want. This is not the way it should be. And then they gave me lots of English, you're new, you're a new professional. Like, but I know I know what's obtainable. And so I took that document, but I wasn't getting called back for roles. I had to now go research myself. I had to stumble on an online CV screener review machine. And guess what? My CV was not ATS compliant. What does it mean? It wasn't applicant tracking system compliant. So lots of multinationals, even small organizations now have HR systems. And then they just pass your CV, PARSE, they just pass your CV through the system. Sometimes nothing comes up. Or when I recruit for clients, I just pass the CVs, they apply, and then the ATS just pass the CVs for me, and I just watch. What happens? Candidates are being ranked, and they are being ranked by keywords. What are those industry-specific words? They should be on your CV. Those ones that are globally recognized must be on your CV. Your achievements must be on your CV. All right? Even if you've had volunteer experience, it must be on your CV. Education, please, if you have a master's degree or you have a BSc, leave out your primary school and high school. I see those things, I'm like, come on. If you have a BSc, you certainly have those things. So you can start from BSc, MSc, MBA, PhD to whatever you have, but leave primary school and high school alone. Nobody really cares. Also, what will help you stand out are your skills section. Tailor it to the role. Tailor it to what the organization wants. Forget about Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel. Nice to have, yes. But for international roles, you're looking at the technical skills. You're looking at flexibility. You're looking at multicultural awareness. You're looking at teamwork. Put those things on your CV. Beef up your skills section. And like I said earlier, you must know what a CV should look like. Please make sure your contact information is in the international format. So if your number starts with 0708, put +234. Some CV writers don't do that. It's an international document. And erase your home address. Don't put number 24 of Ifilani. No. Lagos, Nigeria is fine. Or you might even put Nigeria. Maybe you want to, it's an international role. You might even just remove it there. Just Nigeria is fine. You actually fill the form when you're applying. So ensure that the CV format is correct. The information is relevant. Put your part-time roles, even if you've done part-time jobs. Some people do it nowadays. They are full-time, there's part-time, and there's volunteer. People try to get to undermine their volunteer experience. Lots of multinationals, if you go on Indeed, if you go on LinkedIn, you will see the roles there. Volunteer. You can volunteer even with your day-to-day. That gives you a foot in the room, a foot in the door to show that you have international experience or experience with an international organization. And like I said earlier, your skills section, and ensure that your achievements are clearly outlined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady May. Hope you got that. Please don't tell us your primary school. We don't want to know. Okay, so my last question before we take questions from the audience, we'll go to Doc. So we talk about the future of work, and we want to know, all of us, we're also looking at the global trend. I keep mentioning that a lot so that some of us don't lose focus. I'm very passionate about when people come for events like this, they leave with value, because time is life. You can't sit down here for hours and waste your life. That's how I see it. So we want to know, we hear future of work a lot. We've been hearing it. Everybody is screaming it down our ears, right? So considering your experience, how can we prepare for this future of work? What is necessary? What skills are required for this future of work? And what is it, in case some people don't know? All
right, thank you so much. Again, please help me celebrate Wale Smart, the DG, NECA. Happy birthday in Arias. Now, to the question, I would like to say this very clearly. when we talk about the future, we are talking about now because it's already in progress. Now, the first thing to the future is excellence in your now. Whatever you are doing, today is going to give birth and deliver tomorrow. Now, having said that, there are several characteristics associated with the future of work. One of them, for example, as explained by the World Economic Forum, they mentioned the top 10 key skills. All the skills they mentioned are in them. For example, the number one skill is called cognitive flexibility. You know what cognitive means? It means intelligence. You know what flexible means? It means to be flexible. Now, one of the most rigid people on earth are intelligent people. Knowledge can become a barrier. And because knowledge is changing, evolving, is dynamic, you must know when to listen and pay attention to be able to identify that things have changed, the cheese has moved, and you can move quickly. That's very key, all those skill sets. Another set of things that characterize the future of work is the usage of technology and tools. So, for example, there are different categories of technology. And just to make it simple, okay, Excel is a tool, please. As ancient as it is, it's still a tool. So your Microsoft Office is a kind of technology. But you can now bring it a little closer to today and talk about, she mentioned one or two already, ChatGPT. So there's a generic word. For example, we call it generative AI. There are different forms, all this ChatGPT, Gemini, Cloud, and so on and so forth. Okay, and other things like machine learning. If you now want to go a little extra, coding in general. Okay, but please, I would need you to note this. No one should be afraid of the future. There's no fear about it. It's as easy as your mobile phone. Many of us will never read our mobile phone manual and we are using it. So the first thing is just embrace it. Now, one of the things you need to do, and for those of us, I know many of us are young, but a few of us are slightly older, there's what we call reverse mentoring. So relate with people way younger than you. So when they are discussing, pay attention. So for example, just mentioning, if you are in finance, you will know about stock, you will know about, for example, real estate, but do you know about crypto? Forget the legality of it as of today. Even if it is not so acceptable from the Central Bank of Nigeria, at least what is it? How does it work? What are the different forms? Because that could be the future of what? Money. Now, when you are in any field, so for example, let's take HR, I'm an HR professional, you now begin to say, what are the things that portend the future of HR? This applies to any profession, medicine, engineering. So in HR, for example, you may begin to say, okay, how do we look at, for example, remote work? How do you look at freelance? How do we look at employment that the same person is working for 7 organizations and you are providing service and delivering for us at the same time? How do we look at people working across geographies, across time zone? Now, this future is dynamic. So by 6 months' time, 1 year's time, it has moved. So what do you need to survive and thrive? Much more importantly, you need a mindset that is not fixated on methodology. I'll say that one more time. You need a mindset that is not fixated on methodology, because the method or tool that is sufficient are pivots. Now, this feedback, some of it, you won't like it. Some of this feedback will not come from the people you know or the people you like. So it doesn't matter whether it is good feedback or, so to speak, not too pleasant feedback. You need to take feedback from your classmates, your friends, your family members, the people that engage with you professionally, everything they are saying. And that is also learning from a performance appraiser with Core 1 360, which means all the people you interface with, because you don't know the very skill that you will need to be able to move to that level. So please, love technology, love tools, experiment, engage, reach out for help. she mentioned it. She entered an industry and she reached out to the people there to say, what do I need to do? What do I need to adjust? So please ask questions. Again, Google is your friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We could go on and on and on, but we want to take questions. Do we have people who have written down their questions, or do we want to take it from the audience?
Please put your hands together once again for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. And I believe that we're taking notes down. So quickly, we'll probably take one question from each role, so at least every role can be represented. So can I have one question from? Okay. So be ready for the next role. Make it short and simple. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rome Business School, for this. My name is Dr. Njegede. I'm actually here to shop for about 6 rows. I want to thank our panelists for that. Thank you so much. Dr. Kehinde, Dr. Adeosun, thank you, Sheon, thank you, Mfong, and thank you, Shigozo. Now, my question has to do with how do we deal with generations with regards to recruitment? As we see our economy, Nigeria in particular, growing, we don't have so much multinationals. We have very, very few. And our SMEs are not finding it very, very funny. Now, people who exceed 45 years and above struggle to get employment. They say, oh, you're old. We need young person. No, we can't deal with you. Even your CEO is just 25 or 30. So what opportunities can people in the bracket of 45 and above leverage on in getting job opportunities? Thank you.
Okay, please, can we just take note of the questions so that we can answer everything at the same time?
Okay.
So, moderator, please just take note of the questions. Thank you. Okay, all right, there's somebody at the... Sir, please, can you be kind to come forward, please? Because it's quite a distance, and if I have to travel and come back, I'm not sure what might happen to me. All right, just tell us your name and then your question. Keep it short and simple.
Thank you very much for the section. I am Omowi Blessing, an MBA student. Okay, personally, I've seen people that are tenacious. I've seen people that are very intentional. I've seen people that are having all the traits needed for growth and success in life. But still yet, this few set of people are not achieving as much as I presume they ought to achieve. Now, directing the question to you, sir, what are the points in your life when you felt like you bless my village people did to me, despite my push and everything, and you're not seeing the real hallmark of your intentionality? Thank you.
Okay, so that question was directed at Dr. Kehinde. Okay, the point where with all the hard work, nothing to show for it, basically. So how are you able to navigate that and not think that it's the village people that are at work? Please, can I have questions from this role, please? You people are good on this role. You're professionals. Yeah, fantastic. You don't need to ask questions. Okay. All right. Thank you for saving us.
Thank you. My name is Evelyn, and I want to emphasize on what he said. Still on my question, like he knew what I wanted to write. You see, age. What he said. Age limits. How do we tackle this? There's job opening, and we see you're 26, you're above 26, you can't get a job, you can't do this, and you have to start going for your master's again and again. So I don't understand. So we need a solution for them.
Okay, all right. I'm sure the organizations here that can hear you. So please, so our partners, help us here. Let's balance it. His hand was up. I'm so smart. Don't judge me. Don't look at me with bad eye. The artist is judging me. That what do you mean?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Samuel Wetu, corporate communication student from business school. All right, so I want to ask a practical question of my own very experience. I studied architecture, ND, HND, and BSc, right? Presently transitioning into branding and corporate communication. Now, I see a lot of young people who, by the virtue of their upbringing, have access to skill sets that serves like a side hustle for them while they were in school. And some way, somehow, the education system in Nigeria has not really been designed to really solve actual problem out there. So while people are transitioning from whatever it is that they've studied and they've invested so much in, there's going to be days where they have it together and days where it seems as though, what they are really doing, they are not getting it together. And beyond that, the transitioning phase itself can be quite challenging. So I realize that we have so many HR professionals on the seat. So I want to ask, how do you manage this phase of transitioning properly? And secondly, for people who transitioned, this education thing, right? I studied architecture, now doing masters in corporate communication because I have years of experience in branding. How do you match these things on your resume, and especially when you're actually applying for roles that is not even entry level again? Thank you.
All right. One more, sorry, please, because I may get home and say I may dream. So let me ask the question, because I don't want anybody following me to my house. I say, MC, you did not allow me to ask my question.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tolu Lokpe Kamanda. So my question is this. I've been hearing so much of the word transitioning. I own a business, so I'm actually doing my master's in project management. Safe to say I've not been in the corporate world for a long while, like exited 8 years ago. So I'm trying to go into the corporate world. And thank you for bringing up that word CV. Having to write a CV is like a major challenge for me, but I'm learning and, I've been able to create a CV for myself. So when you have to put, what's it called now? Where you've worked and everything is a challenge for me, like I said, because I own my own business. So I don't want to be in a situation whereby I have to now fantasize or create what it's not. And I just did whatever I could do on my CV, bearing in mind that I'm good at operations, I'm good at so. I just tabulated everything there. So, I mean, what's your advice? I don't know who this question is going to anyways. What's your advice on somebody transitioning from owning a business into the corporate? Is hard. If people that have been there are saying it's harder for people like me. So what's your advice?
So I would split the questions amongst my panelists.
You were trying to point my direction to someone.
No. I was like, her question could be merged with his. Okay. So we have 4 questions.
Yeah.
So the first question will go to Dr. Kehinde on the guy who talked about doing a lot, yet is not translating to the result that is substantial.
Thank you. There is what I call organizational dynamics, which majority of people will call organizational politics. I chose my word advisably because I don't like politics. But I know there are a lot of dynamics that plays around the organization. You may find one who is quite good at what he does and is creating value. But for one reason or the other, either because of the lopsidedness of the performance management system in place in the organization, or because of certain other considerations which you tagged politics, that individual is not growing. It's not seeing something to show for it. People that were employed way above or after him are growing, and it's not growing. And when you say growth in Africa, you mean growth in the buckets and then growth in the hierarchy, in the organizational hierarchy. It's not seeing it. And the first advice I give to that person, if his contributions are genuine, if his efforts are really, really in line with the organizational goals and objectives and aspirations, the first advice I give to such individual is to be aware of the dynamics around the organization. Permits me to say this again and again. It's not political. It's not politicking. It is just being aware of people that matters and align with them. Sometimes you need to blow your trumpet when nobody will blow it for you. Sometimes you need to, show your achievements at meetings. Gentlemen, thank you. I see your point. In fact, I think I suggested this thing before, and I gave this and gave this and gave this. This is the result. Somebody will listen. Blow your own trumpet once in a while. I'm not saying you to be aware of the dynamics in the environment, provided you are truly creating value in that organization. So you just need to know those that matters. And when I say those that matters, not necessarily the CEO or the director or any organizational leader. It could just be CEO's PA. Are you with me? There are decision makers in organizations and there are decision influencers. If you can't get to decision maker, you can get to decision influencers. So the CEO will normally listen to his PA. I can imagine how many number of people come to my office per day. Very few. And that's why they say it's lonely at the top. That's the truth. People will not come to you. They are afraid.
Yes.
The only person that comes to you every minute is your PA. And when they say something, you listen. That sometimes as leaders, you also want to gist. But nobody is interested in gisting with you. Except your PA or your driver or someone that is close to you. And when those people that are close to you say something, directly or indirectly, you store it somewhere in your mind. So when there is a time for decision making, your mind will flash at what somebody said about somebody. Let's not pretend that there are organizations where everything is by the method of science. That organization doesn't exist. I've been privileged to see different organizations across the world, and I can tell you for free, it doesn't exist. The only one I know is not in Nigeria. It's actually in heaven. But I've not been there, so I've not experienced it. So that's the point. If you are doing well, you are creating value, you are adding value, but nothing is being shown, blow your trumpet small. Get aligned with people that matters. Let them know, let them see what you are doing. And then when there is a time for decision, somebody will remember, oh, that guy is actually doing well. And you'll be surprised where the argument is coming from. People will be speaking for you. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're not shown favor until you're seen. So blow your trumpet small. Okay, so my next question will go to Dr. Oluyemi on the options for older generation and the issues around age limits for job postings and all.
Okay, I'll speak to it, but let me just add to what Doctor said.
Okay.
Please, nobody has locked you into an organization. You are not a tree, you are mobile. Look at your mindset. Do like this. Can you catch the wind? No one can stop you. Now, to the question of age, there are two extremes, the elderly side and the upcoming side. Permit my use of word. Let me say this. We say a fool at 40. Please follow me, please. I'm using native intelligence now. If you are 45, you should be fortified. True. At 45, who do you know? Who knows you? I am 43. I know Wale Smart. I know Gbenga Totoyi. I know my fellow here. I can't be stranded. Yeah. You see, you are 21, 22, 24, 25, 26. Who are you interfacing with? All the alumni of the Rome Business School. Have you been attending the meetings? Please, if you are stranded at 45, look at the mirror. You see, somebody said Paul is passing over opportunities repeatedly. You see, things are moving. And as things are moving, are you aware? So you must have been ignoring changes in the environmental dynamics. Look, there are times that you get signal that you need to change your job. You need to change your role. You need to change your location. Please, don't place the blame of your personal ineptitude on the society. At 45, you are a man. You should be the one solving problems for every other person. So this is very important. Please, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to yab anybody. Now, let's come back to the maybe I'm 30, entry level is 24. Look, I'm a researcher, and there's some value in research. The first question is, forget about the companies that don't hire certain age. I'll give an example. Before, not now. Before, we had 25 banks in Nigeria. Maybe like 8 of them will say 24. But UBA, Union Bank, still said 30. Please don't be fixated on the 24 banks that are fixated on 26. Look at the 3 banks that are taking 30. Now know those 3 banks like the back of your hand and die there. Are we together? Don't be fixated on the organization that say, oh, we don't take HND. If there are 1,000 organizations that don't take HND, there are 2,500 organizations that take HND. Know those ones and die there. Look, I'm a researcher. What's unemployment today? Unemployment. If we say unemployment is just assumption now, if you say it's 30%, do you know what it means? It means there is 70% employment. Ignore the 28 or 30% unemployment. Look at the 70% employment, die there. Do you understand? So you need, the emphasis is on skill. What can you do? Competence, capability, what you can bring to the table. Please, this is very, very fundamental. Things like height, beauty, age is immaterial. Now, let me tell you something. Once people can discriminate against you, it means you are bordering on average or mediocrity. Look, if I tell all of us here to stand up and I ask all Igbos to identify the tallest person in this place, who do you think they will point at? If I ask all Muslims in this hall to point at the tallest person in this place, who do you think they will point at? If I ask all Yorubas to point at the tallest person, who do you think will point at? Is your skill level at that level that it is obvious to all that you are the chosen one? Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add something to what my colleague just shared? It is actually correct. I will share a personal example and I will make it very brief. When I finished my university education, youth service, I was to be employed in UBA then. Fortunately, I know the person that was heading recruitment who could ordinarily just put me there. And he said, bring your CV. I gave him my CV. He said, you are 29. It's 27 that we take care of. You know what? Just go and bring another CV that shows that you are 27. I said, why? He said, but that's the rule of the bank. I said, no, God did not make a mistake when I was born. So why would I blame God? I said, no, I can't do it. He said, but that's the rule. There's something I can do then. I said, okay, no problem. I left. I went to study. And then, to cut the long story short, I became very good at what I was doing. 7 years later, the same bank called me for interview. I went there. In fact, they gave me an employment letter as the head of UBA Capital. And I collected the appointment letter and wrote to them that I beg to decline.
Yes. Love it. Love it.
7 years ago, you said I was too old. And then now you are finding me competent to head HR in one of your subsidiaries. I said, I'm not interested. They invited me to the Marina office. We had a discussion. I told them, and I reminded them of how I was rejected 7 years ago. So whatever will be, will be. So if somebody said it's not going to employ you, just go and develop yourself. The person that will employ you will employ you. Thank you.
Wow. My next 2 questions are going to go to the beautiful ladies, but I think Satoshi has something to add. But I'll say something from what he said. He said 7 years ago, I was too old, but 7 years later, I'm too good. Let's go. So he'll just make a brief contribution, and then we'll ask our panelists.
Thank you. Okay, just a really quick addition, because 2 things. Time plays a crucial role, right? And just like Doc just said, at that time, 7 years ago, it was important that the bank honored that entry-level requirement, an emphasis on entry-level. This age thing is usually a sorting debate, and to make it easier to get some people through the door. And it was relevant at that time, right? And so let's be very careful how we carry generalizations. I can tell you for free, during and post-COVID, very few organizations are still very particular about those entry-level requirements
at the entry level, right? So don't let's carry it into, because the times have truly changed, expectations, requirements, and I wonder why we are not really emphasizing the war for talents now and all of that. It is really, really tough. So you have organizations that are even taking third class, lower, and then because there's a potential to stay for longer and all those sort of criteria. So one is time. However, is the peculiarity of industries. So this old age thing was emphasized by the FSI space, financial services industries, right? Because again, competition was high. Some people wanted to bring in some people. I'm surprised that a number of people are not even aware that there are a number of players in that market at entry level that only recruit from certain schools.
Yeah.
They're fighting it. You're wasting your energy. Stop fighting it. Stop being angry about it. It's their own decision. And like my friend said, it's 5 organizations out of 50. Move on to the other ones, right? It's peculiar to that industry. Just like you would have I'm sure if I go to your factory, I'll see people with school certs. I'll see people with OND, right? That would have entry-level jobs. And if you check, are not earning that differently from people who are earning what they are earning at entry-level roles in some supposed big organizations in other industries. So what do you want to do? Which industry do you want to play in? However, there's a growing trend that cuts across industries that I think we need to have a larger conversation around. This conversation of age to grade. The average organization, as you look at succession management and look at managing, moving people within your organization and the changing dynamics of the customer base that you serve, the issue of how long you stay per grade then begins to matter. Just check across industries. As our customers are becoming younger, organizations, and the truth is customers like to buy from employees that look like them. So more and more organizations, particularly moved by the banks, but it has gone across, are now saying, what's our age demography like? Who are the people in this bracket? Who are the people in leadership? When would they retire? Who are people taking over from them? And so issues around how long you stay per grade is beginning to matter. And if you are coming in from the outside and you didn't grow through the ranks in the same organization, it's unwritten. It's largely out there. But I know a few HR folks that are here understand what I'm trying to say, where you try to say at manager level, you should be between 35 to 38 and things like that, which is why issues around how you are deliberate about your movement and your growth matters, and your career will always be your career. You will always be the one personally responsible for your career. Don't be caught up in the immediacy of it. Oh, I need to change this job to earn this amount. But have some map, some 10-year, 15-year map. That takes away the urgency. So if for now you have to be in one organization to meet a certain criteria that fits into your next 2, 3, 4, 5 moves, it matters. But please, let's be conscious that organizations now honor this old age to grade thing, such that if you walk into a room and you are talking to line managers, one person will look like the uncle of the other person, right?
Thank you so much, sir. I hope we got that.
Please put your hands together for that. That was so succinct. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so my next question goes to Lady Mestis from. He said his academic background is, architecture, and then he's moving into corporate comms. How does he transition and properly merge it in his CV? How does that play out? Please, could you help us?
Okay. Hi. All right. So that's pretty easy. It's easier than you think. Take it from someone that studied botany at university, BSc, and I'm in HR. So I transitioned into HR. I wasn't born in HR. People studied HR and then they went into HR, but I studied botany, first degree. Then I went ahead to study HR in master's level, and I'm running another MBA in core management. So what did I do? How was I able to transition? Before I actually transitioned fully, I had a brief stint in HR, so I had to volunteer. I knew I wanted to get into HR fully. Even though I had experience in customer service, I had experience in procurement, quite a number, but not core HR. I spoke to friends. In fact, the first thing I did was to rediscover myself. So I had to run personality tests, find out careers that were more aligned with my person. And I knew that, yes, I was very, very passionate. I'm still passionate about helping people and organizations. So HR was it for me. So I discovered myself and I had my why for getting into HR. So whoever wants to transition, you need to have your why at the back of your mind because it's going to get tough. You might not get roles as soon as you want to get them, but have your why. The next thing I said was I volunteered. I was working somewhere full time, but I reached out to mentors, seniors in the HR industry. I volunteered, I gave my time, I gave my all. And then what really took me into HR was I saw an opportunity in an organization. There was no vacancy in HR. There was vacancy in some other department, but I took it. And then I liaised with the HR department. Before you know it, I was attending HR meetings. I was attending strategy meetings. I had gotten my master's in HR. So I was able to speak. I was able to apply it. So for someone that is transitioning from architecture to comms or from whatever field, make sure you upskill yourself. Your BSc doesn't even matter. I even forgot that I did botany. I don't even know what that is anymore because I'm where I am right now. So upskill yourself. Learn. If you're on LinkedIn, you can use LinkedIn Premium. It's about 12,000 naira per month. Learn as much as you can so that you can talk whatever your lingua franca is in your sleep. If you had woken me up other times that back then, ask me anything in HR, I'll tell you from my head. And I'll be so passionate. I'll be like, how do you know about all these things? Because I learned. I volunteered my time. And then I positioned myself for my opportunities. So you have to learn, you have to volunteer, and then you need to have your sounding boards because there are times that job search or job transitioning is difficult. It's difficult. Just talk to people. Talk to people around you. Build your network and believe in yourself. There's nothing that you cannot do. Make sure you have your roadmap and remember that you are unstoppable. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, our last question will go to Michelle. Just before we take, general advice from our panelists, I like to stick to time. They give me to 12:40, so I have 6 minutes. So the last question from the lady who is transitioning from her business, so she hadn't been in the corporate world at all, and now she's looking to get into it. How does she transition? What can help her?
I think you are at a very strong advantage. Everything you describe like a disadvantage is actually an advantage. When you've been an entrepreneur before, you've learned resilience, you've learned operation, you've learned critical thinking, you've survived in the terrain of this very difficult space. It's an advantage, right? I'll use myself as an example. In 2015, I started an organization called Germinio Consulting. I went into entrepreneurship fully. I stepped out of corporate world. Right? I had to learn everything from the ropes, developing policies, looking for clients, business development, etc. When I was ready to go back into corporate world, I just updated my CV, right? I updated my CV, indicated everything I had done as a strength, how I was able to get clients, the value of the business in terms of what I turned over, right? It was a selling point. Organizations, many core values are now entrepreneurship. We don't want people who want to sit around and do yes, sir. We want people who can take initiative. If you've been able to run a business for that long, then that means you are a go-getter. That means you have energy, right? That means you have potential. So look at it as a positive. Flip it around, right? The only difference is that when you get your opportunity, you will now be humble because you are no longer Madam CEO. Right, you now report to someone. So your attitude as well, you have to be ready to learn, right? Take out the steps. Still have the mindset of being a go-getter. Still have the ownership mindset. That's what we're looking for. No employer wants to tell you everything. We want to have people on our team who can take ownership, who can deliver. You give them one deliverable and they use their initiative to skyrocket and deliver. Right? So they're all advantages. You just need to coin your profile and CV in a way to accelerate and indicate what you've done. Business operations, business development, value XYZ, started a business from scratch. It's a selling point. It is actually an advantage. So coin your profile to indicate all you've done. If you think that it will come off, you don't want to write CEO. If I were you, I wouldn't write CEO. I didn't write CEO as my role. I think I either wrote business operations manager or something because Sometimes you own a business, but you're not yet at CEO level, and you must be honest with yourself, right? You own the business, it's a hustle, but you're really still in the corporate world, maybe at a business operations manager level. Don't be ashamed to put that on your profile to get yourself the opportunity. When you land the interview, you can explain, right? So when you coin all the critical achievements that you've acquired in your business, it's a potential for you. And when you enter the business with the mindset of an entrepreneur, you will help the CEO achieve their vision because you know what it takes to run a business. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So for the lady that asked the question, I can volunteer to work with you on your CV if you need that help. Free of charge. There's no cost to it. Okay, again, I want to remind us of the topic for our panel, global trends and strategies for success. I hope that you got something from this panel session and that you wrote what you're going to do now. What you're going to do now. So I just hope that as they're giving their last words to us, just write out something you're going to do now. I know what I'm going to do. I'm reaching out to her she spoke about some things around directors and the women with, so I'm already reaching out to her and I'm doing it now. And every other person on this panel, I have what I have to do with them. So please make sure you do the same. Don't leave here. Don't walk out. Trust me, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, you go and eat and you forget all the things that you've learned. So please write it now. What am I going to do now? After this session, some of you might have even tested somebody or reached out to a network or done something. Please do it now. If not, it will leave you. Again, thank you so much, my panelists. So I'm going to just take final words, just 1 minute from each of our panelists. What are you leaving us with? What advice would you give us? Please, I am under instruction. I have just 1 minute. Please.
Okay, I think I should be able to spend less than 1 minute. In closing, 2 things I would like to say for professionals. In whatever you do, please apply speed and agility because others are there. Whatever you think you have, there are 1 million people that will have more. So the earlier you get to a location, the better. I think it's Jack Ma that says, if you know where the world is going, go there first before any other person. And lastly, I also encourage us to be entrepreneurial because the ultimate, I don't want us to speak in a career fair as though career is just about paid employment. It's also about entrepreneurship. You may also want to, I've met a lot of students in my master's class that will say, I'm CEO of this, I'm CEO of that. And so it's also a career. Let's not look at career alone as 8 to 9 or 9 to 5 thing. It's also about entrepreneurship. You can also begin to develop. I was surprised when I hear people want to move from entrepreneurship to paid employment. When those of us want to move from entrepreneurship, that's the beauty of diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just leave you with 2 things. First things first, your career development is in your own hands. And like you said, it could be entrepreneurship, whatever it is. You have to be intentional. And the second one is intentionality. I see many people in organizations, they have conversations with me, I've not been promoted for 10 years. There's a lot of complaint. But you're not intentional about what you want to do. The CEO does not own your life. It's a job. And when your season is over, you would leave and somebody else will do the job. So you need to take your career progression in your own hands. Take it personal. Identify where you're going. Have an actual map. Identify where you're going and take the necessary steps to get there. Nobody owes you anything. Nobody owes any of us anything, right? You're relevant. That's what they're still calling you. If you're no more relevant, they'll move on to the next. So you will do yourself a disservice if you're not upskilling and developing yourself. Don't wait for the company to have to send you on training. Send yourself on training. Identify what you need to do and actually develop yourself, right? So that when the opportunity comes, you will be ready and be intentional about it. It's not every opportunity that you jump at, right? I think that's about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. She took it right out of my lips, so I'll just try to say something else, but not so different. Work on your personal brand. We all are attracted to employers because of their branding. Who are you? What are you projecting yourself as on social media? Are you busy being caustic on Twitter? Or are you giving value on LinkedIn? Most of the opportunities that are available for you will come to you based on who you present or project yourself as. I've had opportunities come to me because they know me for what I do. Yes, so make sure that your personal brand is very strong. The way you talk, the way you dress, the way you address people, and also have your plan, have your own timelines, have your goals, and make sure you hit them as much as you can. But make sure you have a very strong personal brand. It will open doors for you. It will. Thank you.
So I'd like to say that it's not enough to want to work with a multinational. You must be multi-talented. I need you to also realize quickly that you're either a hot cake or you'll be unwanted. I need you to know that you are not what happens to you. You are what you choose to become. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to work with a blue chip organization? Be a blue chip individual. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the panel session.
Do we have an answer to that? Did we enjoy the panel session? Please put your hands together for our moderator and our panelists, please. Wow. Wow. Okay, so quickly, they'll take a picture before we bring up the second panel session. So photography. So please just step forward for pictures, please. Please put your hands together for them once again. Thank you. Really, and I really believe that we're able to take note of a lot of things. And of course, while they spoke, there were a lot of things that were said, you know. Just ignore it. Don't worry. Don't focus on that. Don't focus on that. Can we just focus on looking at fine people and not who is the tallest? Can we just redirect our attention? Little wonder he was saying that who is the tallest in the room. Now I understand. Do we get the joke? Because he kept saying, who is the tallest? I'm wondering, okay, what's Dr. Olushola driving at? Now we can see the tallest in the room. All right. So, I mean, I'm looking at a few things, and I'll just reiterate a few points. Majorly is to evaluate yourself. If you need to look at, once again, please put your hands together as they make their way to their seats. Please don't forget to network. And of course, to some of us that are probably virtual students, make sure you connect with your colleagues, physically. I mean, whilst some people were asking questions, I found some of my department members. In fact, some of them have even sent pictures to the group chat. See our colleague. She's doing us proud now. Corporate comms, guys. Can people make some noise? Corporate comms. I'm sorry if you're not a corporate comms. Be like us. So that you know. All right, once again, please put your hands together for our panelists and our moderator, please. Thank you. Okay, just a run through on what we learned. And, particularly what Dr. Shola had said, that the purpose of education is to increase your capacity to think, to analyze, and to prefer solution, and that you have to keep learning and developing yourself. And I want to believe that that is one of the major reasons why we had to apply to be students at Rome Business School, Nigeria. And of course, as we understand the tagline for Rome Business School, to build better managers in a better world, which is very, very important. Now, moving on to the second panel session, and I'd like to bring up our panelists for the second panel session. Are we ready? Are we ready? You don't sound like you're ready. Are you ready for the next session? Okay. So our first panelist, I'm going to be introducing him, and I just hope that he knows that he's the one we're going to introduce next. Okay, so he's the group head of human resources at Consolidated Hallmark Insurance PLC, where he provides strategic leadership for all people-related initiatives across the organization, including its subsidiaries, Hallmark, HMO, Chi Micro Insurance, and GTL. He's a seasoned HR professional with over 15 years of expertise in organizational design and transformation, leadership and people development. He's dedicated to aligning long-term strategic aspirations with people-centered initiatives to drive. Wait. He said he wants to be humble. Don't read it so much. But let me finish the one that I started. Sir, permission to finish it, sir. Thank you. Okay. Please put your hands together for Mr. Benga Tutoy. He's a HR thought leader. Please keep on clapping. His name is Benga Tutoy. You're welcome, sir. He's a very humble man. Doesn't like people to, you understand? All right, so the next person is a lady. She's an accomplished HR resource professional with wealth of experience in various HR roles. At NECA ITF Technical Skills Development Project. And of course, he's a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management and a fellow of the Michael Imodu National Institute for Labor Studies. And he's currently a PhD student in Human Resources and Employment Relations at the University of Lagos, where he has obtained his master's and bachelor's degrees. He's an author, social economic commentator, public speaker, advocate, and a teacher in the Teens Church. Ladies and gentlemen, he's already seated, by the way, but celebrate Wale Smart Oyeride. Make it loud, make it loud. You're welcome, sir. Okay. And of course, to moderate this panel session, ladies and gentlemen, she is an award-winning event host, a Pan-African moderator, and of course, a proud student of Rome Business School Corporate Comms. She's a voice of her talent. And of course, she is the MC for today's event. Give it up for Jadesola Aderodun, aka Lady. People should clap. What do you mean? All right. Woo. It is indeed a honor to be moderating this panel session and, speaking alongside with industry professionals. Now, it's really, really important that now the theme for this particular session is building a successful career path, of which Benga has touched on it, knowing that you hold the reins of your career success. So you have to be very, very deliberate and intentional. Now, I'm going to start with Benga. Now, given your background or your degree in economics, how do you navigate and build a successful career in HR? I mean, I feel that the previous session has touched on it, but it would just be nice to hear Benga's perspective on that. And what advice will you give to others with similar backgrounds looking to transition to HR? But we just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, thanks, and it's a pleasure to be here. So it was never originally HR for me. In fact, back in secondary school, it was banking. Emphasis on investment banking. The likes of Atedo Peterside, all of them were just inspiration. When you watch the news and you see all these guys who speak through their nose, well, we'll talk about models and interpret economics and all of that. That was it for me. So originally I wanted to study banking and finance, but we changed location where we lived, and I ended up in a school where we were sort of like a year behind. And so by GSS 3, I was like, I loved to teach and to explain things. So towards the end of GSS 3, our class teacher made me assistant class teacher to teach maths. And so that fueled my love for training and learning and making things very simple. And I think it was when I was leaving school, this whole thing around economics, working in banking and all of that, I started shaking. But my love for simplifying things was growing stronger. Another thing that is important, and I think it might help a few people here, I had the opportunity of walking through school. Had a family challenge. I knew I wasn't going to be able to go to school full time. So I had to walk through school. So I started as a PA to a consultant. And I loved the fact that we would go to meetings. I would know they told us problems. We'll come back to the office. He will scribble a few things. We will send a supposed proposal back to the organization. And months later, weeks or months later, I would know that this man is exceptionally happy today because some money had come in. So I saw that process of you can sit with people, listen to their problems, break it down, represent it back to them, and then propose solutions that might just be advice, or we go to train, or we go to do some project, and it was money. So that was my entry point, as it were. And we would go into different organizations, and the HR department was always very important because they told us the biggest problems, and that led to us writing proposals and doing projects. And by the way, it was years later I connected it that economics was always about the study of human behavior anyway. So that was a background for me, and during that period, loved to train, loved to explain things. So my entry point into HR was also L&D, and I haven't done that for a number of years, again in the consulting environment, where I think the biggest advantage for me was just that expanded scope of reference. And that's why today, if you ask me a question, my first issue is where do I answer from? Because I've seen recruitment issues from different industries and from different countries across the world. So that was what gave me that background. And I figured that if I was in HR, I would never be poor. And I just stayed there. Because I will always be people problems. So I will never be poor.
Please put your hands together for Benga, please. All right, so I'll ask this question directed rather to Thelma. What are the most significant global trends in talent identification and acquisition that you have observed in recent times? Because I know that when Benga was going to,
put an addendum to what the first panel had, touched on. He talked about talent and acquisition and all that. So what have you observed over the years, and how has it, impacted on talent acquisition?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I think Benga said something about talent war. So that's the latest, where you're trying to hire. It's so interesting how, we keep saying there are no jobs for example, in Nigeria, and then there are still a lot of jobs that are not closed. As I speak to you, I have over 60 roles that are not closed for many reasons. For many reasons, and some of the things I've noticed is one, attitude, and I'm going to tell you why attitude became a very key part. Before now, people walk into organizations to have their interviews, right? But now it's virtual. So meaning that, of course, the world of work has changed so much that AI has even taken over. In some organizations, as I speak to you, AI does their selection, their interview, and they submit the report of their top 3 to 5 candidates to the hiring manager, which has removed bias completely. So if you think you know somebody somewhere, while networking is good, it's no longer a guarantee, because a lot of organizations want to streamline and remove bias from their system. So for that reason, they're engaging a lot of AI. Now, when I spoke about attitude, I realized that there's something we say about the skill matrix. And we talk about people who have high skill and low attitude. And we talk about people who have low skill and high attitude. In a world like Nigeria, we have a lot of people with high skill, which is usually the advantage. You could see that a lot of Nigerians succeed outside of this country because, we are naturally in an adaptable environment where we try out everything we can to succeed. So we usually try to succeed. But then I realized that attitude has become a major concern, where we're borrowing certain type of systems without also paying attention to the environment where we are. One of the panelists was saying something about what your CV format can be. Remove your primary school. I have dealt with a lot of employers. Some employers will say, why is their primary? I want to know the primary school they attended. I'm just giving you an instance because we're in a country that does not have a specific standard to certain things. So anything works. So your next employer may be somebody who has lived in China, and then he comes and his expectations is that of, what happens in China. So we're in an environment where there's no streamlined process where we say, okay, this is what applies in Nigeria. So because it's kind of a jungle, you have all of those things mixed up. So I'd say that some of the things I've seen is attitude. And what I mean by attitude is, the way you present yourself. We know that we're in a world where we have access to information, but the truth is, for you to succeed in any role right now, soft skills have become very important, and which is communication skills, problem solving. We've said that over and over. And if you have a high skill, no matter the degrees that you have, from the time you start having a conversation with the hiring manager, and then they notice that, the way you've responded, the way you are upset about certain questions. In fact, there are questions that you ask people during the interview, and they're so upset with you. Why would you ask me that question? I'm not saying you cannot counter certain things, but we have become aggressive in the market. And that's one of the things that, I've actually seen in the industry today. Now, in terms of course, some of the trends that are positive anyway, we'll talk about the virtual interviews. Today, I've hired a lot of people without seeing them physically. Some businesses have done that without having to meet with you. So I can't see you to make a decision about you so much so. So the impression you give me at the time that I'm speaking to you is what I make a decision with. So you have to give me your best. Your dressing, in fact, I interviewed some people, they're lying on their bed like this. I've interviewed some people, they were wearing singlets. I would address you the way that you appear to me. There are people that once they appear in the meeting, I'm like, oh, thank you very much. We'll be in touch with you. And that's it. Respectfully speaking, not because I don't want to look beyond your talent. I don't have time for that. Exactly. So I want to be able to see you. Sometimes you may not even be the right fit, but your smile makes the recruit, okay, I think we have another role that we can consider you for. I had a lot of things to say when, the first panel session was going on. It was so interesting, honestly. I wanted to speak about the lady who was talking about her experience. And I said, for me, being an entrepreneur is an advantage for you. In fact, when I'm hiring people who have businesses, I don't play with them. Why I don't do so is because they understand what it is to make every dime. So they put their first foot forward. So if you write and say, come and explain to me you have a business, don't worry about it, you're hired. So you don't, you're not at any loss. And then if I also look at the other part, one of the trends I've also seen in the talent acquisition space is that people sell a lot of things to us that are not real. For example, you can move, you can grow in your career. People are hopping from one job to another. I'm not saying your income cannot grow. It's very important that your income grows, right? But the truth is, if you move too fast, it has this disadvantage as well. There are people that in the last 5 years, they have worked in 6 organizations. And then they get to the point where they earn, for example, 700,000. And then there is no other job from that time. And they end up coming back to 200,000. I've seen a lot of people like that. I've seen that in the process of hiring. And that's people who move too fast, right? So moving fast is good, but always look at what your career plan is. Make sure you have a roadmap. What am I working with? Money is the motivation, but I can tell you for free, it's not for too long. It's not for too long. I know specific people who moved very fast in their career at the time of COVID, and today they are back to square one. So sometimes we have to take it, one at a time. Another trend that I've seen, I think probably the last one before I let go because there's a lot to talk about. We are in an economy where job security is no longer important. In fact, anybody that's saying I'm looking for where I have job security is actually sounding out of context. Because right now, the talent, management pipeline has become contract jobs, right? I give you a project, you do that, you get your money, you go. So we have to be more open. Don't just streamline. I tell people that opportunities are not always there because of the kind of environment we are in. So be open to contract, even though you want something long term. If you're not getting what you want now, then what you have available is, get this thing done. It's something that you can also do, and then get moving. Yeah, so I'll just leave it there.
Please put your hands together for Thelma, please. It's very important that you need to, know when to transition. And speaking of knowing when to transition, Mr. Wale, so this question is for you now. How can professionals identify the right time to transition, more or less make a career change, and what steps should they take to ensure a successful transition?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon once again, and thanks for having us. I say us because I'm representing NECA, so. And also thanks for having us as one of the partners. I think that's quite commendable. I think for me, the first thing is, do you want to transit? And then what are the reasons? What are the motivations for transiting? For many of us, and rightly so, finance, because of the economic situation, finance might be a good reason to transit. A legal reason also, that look, the pay is good. And nobody will hold you for it. Job satisfaction might just be third on your own list, which is okay. If you can deal with the stress, you can deal with the inconveniences that comes with waking up in the morning and it's like, I'm going there again. If you can deal with those inconveniences, it's fine. You go for the cash. But fundamentally, I think for me, 2 things should influence your transiting. One, you don't want to be a Choluteca bridge. Many of us have heard of the Choluteca bridge analogy before. The Choluteca bridge is a bridge in Honduras. It was built, one of the strongest bridge basically. So it's a bridge that connects 2 towns, and it was built on top of the Choluteca River. So over time, because of Honduras is known for storms, those natural disasters. So over many years, the storms navigated the river away from the bridge. The bridge, it was built to give a passage on top of a big river. But over time, the natural disasters, the hurricanes, it navigated the path of the river away from the bridge.
So you now have the river by the side of the bridge. Now the bridge is there. It's strong. It's still standing. But it's a bridge to nowhere. It became practically useless because people don't need it again. So first for me is understanding the trends. The concept of this is me. I think it's a old concept that this is me. I can't do this. When you face the real realities, you realize you can do anything. The human mind, the human spirit, it's so diverse. We can adjust, to anything. So the first thing is understand the trends. You must understand the markets, because on the long run, whether it's your passion or not, it's already a contentious issue now, whether you should follow your passion or you should follow the money. But the most important thing is, look, you must understand the trends, understand the markets, and those should influence when exactly you are transiting. It's very important. If you don't understand the trend, you will just be there. If you don't understand the market, you'll be strong in your course, strong in your field, but everybody have moved and you are just there. You are the experts of no experts. So first, understand the markets, understand the trends. And the second thing you should understand beyond your local context is also have a good understanding of what is happening at a global level. I think it's quite important. They say the world is now a global village. It's less of a village now. We are all interconnected one way or the other. So if you want to really survive, because transiting is contingent to survival. People just don't wake up to say, I want to transit. It's for Africans, most likely, even the Japa runs, it's all about survival. It's less of professional satisfaction. It's more of survival. So understand what is happening at the global level. If the pattern is moving to one side, it doesn't make good sense to say I want to be the experts where experts are not needed again. So you must understand the trends, you must understand the global markets, you must also understand what exactly is happening out of your context, because those are the things you must look at. As I said at the earlier point, people we just don't transit, except you are divinely pushed. Sometimes you don't want to move, but something will move you. As Benga said, I never wanted to go into HR. I never understand. I always want to do agri-economics. Not that I like food, but I just want to do agri-economics. That was what I wanted to do. But the year I did JAMB, God asked them to change the subject combination for agri-economics. So the only subject that my combination could take was industrial relations. So I just, as a last resort, and I've done JAMB for almost 6 times then. I've done JAMB almost 6 times. So industrial relations, I don't know what it was. It was novel. But that was the only path to entering Unilag. So I just filled it. I was screened. I got in. And from 200 level, I realized I would have been lost if I didn't do industrial relations. But it was a course that blend. I blend with every conversation, all the topics. The only crisis I had was with ACC 201, accounts. That was the only crisis I had. I think I got E or F then, and E. And I remember it was somewhere, and when my friend checked. He went to check the result and he came and said I got E. It was moody. But I ran from that place. I ran with joy that I crossed. So for me, it was a divine move, basically. If I would have done economics, and I probably would have struggled. And that's why the divine context or concept comes in. Sometimes you want to do this, but something just pushed you to this side because there's opportunities for you in those places. So for me, it's neither here nor there. What I've said is also not cast in stone. There may be other reasons, other variables for you out of the context of the variables that I've given. But just follow your heart. Be sure it's your decision, and then you take ownership of the consequences, basically.
Please put your hands together for him, please. Be sure of your decision, and of course prepare yourself for the consequences, because a lot of times for some of us we are doing certain things because, oh, that's what's trending and not what you want. And at the end of the day, when you get stuck, you start to say, oh, because the people that started the trend may have also pivoted. So where does that leave you? So it's really, really important that you make your own decisions by yourself. Now, I'm going to direct this question to Benga, and it is, what are the critical skills needed to managing change effectively within an organization? Because earlier in the first panel, Dr. Kennedy talked about, organizational dynamics, right? So what are the skills needed to manage change effectively within an organization, and how can professionals develop these skills? Because we don't want a situation where we start to feel like, oh, there's a lot of politics and politicking. This person is showing off. What's wrong with her? Is she the only one? And we can get really sentimental or emotional in the workplace. So how do we detach emotions and get the skills that we need to manage change?
I don't know why you're targeting me with some questions, but...
Sir, it's not me that said it. If I was the one, I would understand.
For me, the most, when we take sessions like this, I avoid the temptation of saying so much, just so that it's important that people can live with something that they can work with, and then conversations can follow up on other platforms. For me, I'll say two sides of it, and I will explain it. I think the most critical skill is stakeholder management, because that cuts across industries and grades and age and gender and all of this, stakeholder management. But on the flip side of it, one of the many reasons why people get frustrated in organizations and dealing with conflicts and change is because we have very unhealthy expectations from the workplace. Very unhealthy expectations that can't be met. So I'll start from there, and then I'll navigate back to. So for a couple of years ago, I got caught up with a phrase, and I even tried to write a book about it, but I left it. And the phrase is, it's a workplace, not a love lounge. Come to work, do your job, I do mine, we say bye-bye at 5 or 6, and go home. I'm not your uncle, I'm not your dad, I'm not your auntie, I'm not your sponsor, I'm not any of that. I'm just your colleague. And if I'm your line manager, you are to do some things I've asked you to do. And it's along that line that we also say things like, we all don't have the luxury of choosing the bosses we have. You just get a line manager, right? So, and I said that because there's a whole conversation around, you forgot my birthday, you don't greet me a certain way, this environment is not loving. There's a whole, and you see, I'm already looking for trouble. There's a whole conversation around all of that. We don't even do TGIF in this office. There's no love. This is not for your family. Go get love with your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband. Or...
I'm sorry to cut you, sir. But some organizations will say, we are family here. So where do we now draw the line? Because...
Do the research. Organizations where too many people have stayed for the longest are not as innovative. It stifles innovation. The ideas can't thrive, because what you hear is, this is how we've always done it. And they will struggle to receive new talent, fresh talent. If anything, they will struggle with diversity of thoughts, right? And they can agree to kill the company and they will not know. Because over time, there's a way we do meetings, there's a way we agree. If this person is talking and he does this is what it means. And before you know it, everybody will agree. Board meeting will sign up a project that will sink the company, because all of a sudden, there's no diversity of thoughts in the room. There's nobody saying, excuse me, we're also 10 people are saying this is right, but can we please go in this direction, right? So that's on one end. I am not against very homely, family-oriented, peace-loving environment, but there are other environments that are void of all of those things. In fact, there are functional units that you can't really be lovey-dovey. Take Treasury. Take treasury operations in a department. You're always looking at numbers, you are talking, you're making decisions, you're making judgment calls, which is how I define leadership. Ability to make judgment calls. That you can't be caught up with how somebody feels or looks at you when you say what. Right? And I think and I'm careful to say this, there's a generation that needs to understand that. Or you go to factories where you are not going to interact with me, so you are not going to know if I like you or not. Or there are functions where you are interacting with machines the better part of the day. Emotions, feelings are outside of the room. And so it's when we have expectations like, but why now? You should have seen my face. I didn't see it. It's great if I see it. It's great, but it's not a must, right? That's on one side. But the flip side of that, though, is either it's from you or the colleagues you have or the bosses you have. This whole thing around navigating change and complexity in the workplace is about stakeholder management. That, at some level, some will call it emotional intelligence. But I like stakeholder management because per role, per grade, per organization, there are nuances that will never be black and white. And you must learn to pick such things. My current boss, for instance, will ask you what primary school you went for, would ask you if you got a pass or you got a C. In his mind, you are a great accountant further down the line, but let me check what you scored in maths. Somewhere in his mind, people who, in his mind, and I've seen it happen too many times, people who struggle through primary school, or he will ask you how did you do that transition between junior to secondary, and then that transition from your WAEC, sometimes just say, give me your WAEC results. See, guys, and then again, right, at some level, you see, the generation of the 60s and the 70s, we might blame them for certain things. We may not understand certain things, but you see, if they didn't survive based on certain principles, we won't even be here. And there are things that we need to pick from them. I've seen him do it too many times for me to now argue that for him, except you now say, so even if he sees the struggle with your WAEC exams and things like that, or how you got into university, he will then ask you, talk me through school, talk me through how you went through university. What he's looking for is just to pick up on a few things. And vibes like that, so our generation will call it vibes. You walk past someone, and I walked into an organization once, I resumed on a role, and I greeted an ED who said, his response back to me was, oh, I thought we were hiring a more senior person. First day, first line, when I was introduced to him. Now, he saw my body reaction, which I tried to hide, because it was default for me to say, are you then trying to, but by the time he responded, I made him comfortable, because he responded to say, oh, no, I don't mean to disrespect you. I was like, oh, no, I totally understand that we are in a market where age matters. I quickly responded, but to him, I was deliberate to prove that I look young, I am young, but I know my stuff. But the point is, he became a critical stakeholder from that introduction, that this man would like to show to me that I'm young. And I have to show to this man that age does not matter. But it was important that I picked up that phrase and I know how to manage it, or else I will have a problem with everything that has to do with his directorate. That is stakeholder management. I could have, on the other end, just said, how dare he talk to me like that? He's not globally, he does not understand diversity and inclusion, and I have a stigma in my head against him. Or I walk away and say this organization is toxic, and then I'm walking away from what is for my good. I see it a lot, and there are many sides to it that it's difficult to even explain a science around it. I'll give a very recent example. I was seated when I came in earlier. The session was going on, and I walked out to go see the sales manager for this establishment. I was walking towards, and I know she'll be laughing now, I was walking towards the TGI stand. By default, because in quote, I have a popular face, people know, I have a default reaction when I'm in a place like this. Trust me, I will greet you, I will have a big smile on my face, you will think I know you. But the moment you sort of, hey, GT or something, I know you know me or you have heard of me. So I react in a certain way. So all I did was just greet everyone that was on that stand. But one person greeted me differently. I had walked away. I came back. It was almost default. I quickly came back. Oh, sorry, I greeted him properly again. And then I went to the next person. I said, you must be so. And I made sure I had a conversation that was important to me. For me, that was stakeholder management. In fact, that's the most important conversation I've had in this place till today. That was me being quick to recognize that this person or these people are important in my whatever, and I am quick to respond to it based on my expectations of them or expectations of me. But you see, the problem is, like Wale said, we show up in the workplace and this is me. And we want the entire world to revolve around who we are, what we want, what we are about. But he says is seek first to understand, then demand for people to understand you. That for me would help you navigate whatever the challenge is, because that is what would translate into, you have a boss who is an old timer. Even if he's reading a newspaper and the organization says you close at 5, you don't have to always leave at 5. Right? If the organization says resume at 9 and you are in the office 7:30, don't stay in the car all the time. Go into the office, walk around, let people see you. This thing around visibility and whatever, that there are extremes of it, and then we use the extremes to shut down the essence of that skill. So don't just be good at what you do. Be conscious of letting people that need to know you know what you know that you know that thing. And that's some deliberateness.
I'm sorry, sir.
No.
The phase before, sir, you need to say it really slow because there was a lot of no. And at some point it was a...
Okay, I'll use an example.
Okay.
I said, it's not important that you just know what you know, but be deliberate about letting people who need to know that you know those things, know that you know those things.
Did we get it?
Because
I want to be sure, because for those of us at the back, we did not really... Did we get it at the back? Fantastic. Over to you, sir.
Because those are the things, the roles she's talking about that she has. I have roles as well. But guess what? We all wake up sometime. We wake up, Wale is here. There are times he would need something in NECA. I think I am in your top 10 or top 20 people that you would think of calling to say, I'm thinking of this thing. Let me talk to him. That's stakeholder management. That's even happening outside of your organization and doing it within your industry. Before we now talk of doing it within the country, I can as well be at home now sleeping or preparing for football. But it's important as part of stakeholder management for the stage that I am in career-wise, that I am feeding my industry and I am known by people who need to know that I know something, part of which demands that I speak occasionally in the public, emphasis on occasionally, because if I now speak too often, I will come across to some stakeholders that I'm not busy. Right? So it's stakeholder management for me, and it matters at different levels. You're an entry-level talent. Don't resume at 8 and close at 5 every time. Once in a while, do extra 1 hour. If you're an entry-level person, once in a while, Friday, go to your line manager. Sir, what extra work do you, I know, but what extra work do you have this weekend? Can I take on some? If you're I see the grumbling, right? If you're a mid-level person.
I'm sorry, sir. Please, why are you people grumbling? Why are you people speaking in lower tones?
I know why they're grumbling.
Why are we speaking in lower tones? What's going on here?
If you're if you're a line manager preparing to be seen, I'll look for their trouble again. It's preparing to enter senior management. Stop doing this thing where you are in finance and you only do finance related works. Join interdepartmental projects and functions. If you are in senior management, go beyond your organization. Do things for your industry. Do things that will let people that need to know that you know a thing be aware that you know that thing. And you have to be deliberate about it.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Gbenga, please. I really hope you're actually taking notes.
Yeah, look for my trouble.
Don't worry, we will not look for your trouble. Now, it's important that we understand stakeholder management. Just the people that need to know. It's very important because, I mean, depending on the industry that you want to get, if the key stakeholders don't know about you, I mean, also, I'm going to give a very interesting example. So, I mean, as a professional master of ceremony, I was at an event last year. It was a Lagos State event. and I had hosted, and I told someone, oh, I'm an MC, and the person looked at me like, you are MC, I don't know you. Fast forward to yesterday, I had a friend who happens to be a key stakeholder in Lagos State government. They're like, oh, we have a female founders event. Oh, come and help us to do this. Sir, I showed up looking like the assistant to the first lady. What do you mean, sir? And I literally did show up. Interestingly, the person I had met last year was also at the event. And he was all smiles. Oh, you're so good. I'm like, now I have my foot in the door. So when because again, 3 days earlier, my name came up to host a major Lagos State event, and they said, oh, as this person hosted with the government, as this person hosted an event where the governor was sitting down. And that was a problem. But because I knew that I had stakeholders in Lagos State that could say, I know Lady Jade. And yesterday, the first lady was on seat. So now they say, no, governor one bear, so has become one. So it's really, really important that stakeholder management, you have to be able to find a way for the I don't know who it was, but in the first panel session, the influencers, the CEO, the people that influences, because there's the PA, there are those that influences the decision. That when they say Ogama Shebe, PA, whatever PA, well, that is interpreted for those of us that don't speak that language. It's a very beautiful language, by the way. It means my boss don't do that. So that we're on the same level. So of course, I remember one time we were in class and someone said, please, I do not understand that language. Can you interpret for those of us that don't speak Yoruba language? So that's that. So please, it's very, very important that you know the people, the key players, and you're able to network up to those things. Once again, please put your hands together for Benga, please. That was very, very robust. Now, moving on quickly, this is what Thelma, by the way. Now, with the rise of remote work, because I know that you are touched on people in the place of interview, they are looking like they are at a slumber party, but it's okay. Right, so with the rise of remote work, how have companies adapted with their talent acquisition strategies to identify and recruit remote talent across different geographies?
Okay, so can I say something before I answer that question?
Definitely.
All right, so that was buzzing on what Mr. Wenger said, and the crowd reacted. When we see roles, I don't know if we've taken our time to see when senior roles are advertised and the type of competencies that are required. If you're someone who do not exceed expectation, someone made a presentation earlier today about people who meet expectation. You may be meeting expectation, but that will not prepare you for the growth that you're looking for. The people that move higher in their career are people who exceed expectation. And the way they exceed expectation is by taking additional responsibilities. Yes, you cannot rely on only your role. They take additional responsibility. They are accountable. They are not people that always want to run away from issues. And most importantly, they are people who know how to manage their emotions. We are too personal in this country. Everything somebody does to us, you need to understand that you are not the only one in the workplace. And mind you, there is no perfect organization anywhere in the world. So people will step on your toes. You may not be friends with people, but what matters is that you don't let your issues with them get into your way of doing your work. There are people who have fantastic skills, but they can never lead. The organization, once it's time to promote, they say, this person, we can't make them a manager. Why? Because they get, personal things affect them. You told someone to drive you home, and then they told you, oh, I can't drive you home, and then you keep it to yourself, and then, subsequently at work, that becomes a problem. So a lot of people do not know how to manage their personal emotions at work, and it has become a very important skill, which is emotional intelligence. When the first panelist said it sounded like more English, so I wanted to, break it down. It's about managing your own emotions and other people's emotions at work. Know that they are not your family, like he said. Family is contextual. We're here. People that you spend 8 hours to, of course, their family, second family. Right? But the most important thing is that we're here to achieve a company goal. That must be your focus. So anything that will stop you from reaching your career. A lot of us may also not even grow in our career because of those same issues, our personality at work. Personality is very important. Personality, attitude, traits. If you get it perfectly, any organization can train you on whatever skill they want. Organizations are looking for people they can trust. Honestly, today, before we could risk hiring people without background check. Today, I can't risk it. There are a lot of things going on. You can't trust people. People's personality can be questioned at every point in time. So we need to start returning to that very, trust that employers can have and, make you an offer knowing that you're able to deliver. I wanted to leave that point. Okay. So answering my question, which is the rise of remote work, what we need to do better, right? Okay. So first things first. A lot of us are seated here looking for global opportunities. And then if you ask them, do you have a LinkedIn presence? No. If you ask them, what have you done in terms of your growth? There's nothing that's been done. For you to even get globally recognized, you must first of all educate yourself. Educating yourself means that you understand the dynamics. And again, returning back to personality. There are work barriers, there are cultural barriers, there are different things. There are some countries that maybe if you start working there, you can't even look them in the eye. There are some cultural circumstances that comes into play. Now, in terms of remote work, if you're not familiar with certain tools by now, it's unbelievable that people still show up for interviews and they've never learned how to use Excel. They don't know how to use Word. They haven't even joined a Google Meet. Someone said it in the earlier panel that some things are not what you use in the noun, but you prepare yourself. That's what continuous development is. I may not use AI right now, but get familiar with it, knowing that tomorrow it may be required. There are certain organizations that your manager is actually an AI. Yes, they give you tasks, they follow up with you, in fact, if we start talking about how AI is transforming, it's mind-blowing. I am scared about what's going to happen in the next 10 years because it's going to be a lot that you can do. So you have to start acquiring that knowledge. You may not use it now, but no knowledge is what? A waste. So that phrase is very important. So you need to familiarize yourself with grooming, technologies, skills that are very, very evident for people to succeed in today's work. That's very, very key. 2, you cannot be in Nigeria looking for a global opportunity and then, I have problem with my backup power. I don't have light. I don't have this. I don't have that. There are some circumstances that are beyond your control. But if you want to be local and access global opportunities, you have to firm yourself with the tools that you need. So I currently have, a team that I manage, and this team have their core headquarters in the US. And then one of their criteria is that you must have a certain type of laptop, you must have backup power, you must have XYZ. And so your duty is to get those things ready. And then I noticed that from the Nigerians in this part, you have other Africans too. The Nigerians are used to excuses. I'm sorry. It's something that we have become very, very used to. So it's like, I was supposed to send this, but because I did not have light, I couldn't do it. So I begin to question, what is your alternative plans? Your employer does not even have to hear these things. You can rush off to the neighbor's place to use the power because you know how important your job is. You should know how to improvise if you want to get this opportunity. So what am I trying to say? We must be able to be very, very adaptable and look for alternative solutions immediately without having it, impact the job that you're doing. So once they see that, they see the comment, I was trying to do that, my network went off. Again, it is beyond your control, but there are certain things that you can put in place to ensure that those things does not happen. So if you want to position yourself, I want to work remotely, I want to move speedily, then you have to have these things available. Your quality of laptop is very, very key. Your communication skills is very key because somebody is not seeing you face to face. It's different when you're sitting with somebody, but if I'm not sitting with you, I can have a different perception. You can just roll your eyes and I can think of it as something else because I'm not sitting with you. So we must be very, very sensitive to our environment. Most importantly, having the skills that we need and also having the tools that we need. It's very important. I always tell people that want to migrate, start with remote opportunities that you can get so that you can familiarize yourself with some of the things that may affect you in the line of your work. Aside, that, of course, we know that there are a lot of remote policies. We are also supposed to learn about what the policy of our organization say remotely so that we can comply. I tell anybody that If not for laws and policies, everywhere would have been chaotic, right? If the federal government did not have laws, even though sometimes they're not followed, but it doesn't mean the laws are not there. So laws are there for us to follow. So we are also to adapt ourselves with remote policies, know what the policies of our organization say, so that we can navigate. There are some organizations that will tell you once you're offline more than 3 times when you're supposed to be, you're out. So, and then somebody says, oh, I did not know. Ignorance is what? Not an excuse. So we must always familiarize ourselves with things that we need, have the tools that we need, which is very, very important. Adapt AI. Again, AI is not taking anybody's job. AI would never take anybody's job. AI is there to enhance your job. So leverage on it. If you're doing something for 10 hours before and AI is able to help you do that in 20 minutes, by all means, it is now in your intellectual capacity to review and ensure that what you have there is correct. There was a time somebody submitted their CV and they wrote a cover letter on the email. And then when I opened it, it said, please write a cover note for me. And then the team wrote the cover notes for them, and then they pasted everything. So it came from ChatGPT directly on their platform, and I was so shocked. Like, I wanted to call this person. You know, I felt like calling this person to say, what? So you could not review what you were posting? So you realize that attention to detail. So why AI can be a benefit for us, it makes our work, the idea is for it to make our work easier and shorter. It's not for it to make your brain not to function. So please, it's a complemented effort. So use what they give you and then use your own God-given brain to manage the entire situation. Thank you.
Is the emphasis on the brain for me. Please put your hands together for Thelma, please. It's very, very important that, I remember when I used to be an educator, I used to work with children from ages 5 to 7. And most times when they're having their creative writing, we'll tell them, when you're done writing, make sure you edit before you submit. So if children can do that, how much more the adults? And again, I also noticed that most people don't read their policies because of the, the urgency of I need to make money. You just click accept and you send.
You think that most of us don't read.
Please be reading your manual and your policies. It's very, very important because, that is where you will not be able to understand that some things may implicate you. So it's very, very important that, okay. All right. Please, moving on to Mr. Wiley, please. What role do international labor standards play in fostering sustainable global growth, and how can organizations align with these standards? I wish.
Well, labor standards, basically for me is this.
Yeah.
And this is an indictment on most HR, basically. Most HR, we have very few industrial relations experts around now. Everybody's becoming HR generalist or specialist. But the area that can really put you in trouble progressively now is the context of the standards, as you mentioned, the ILO conventions, the ILO recommendations. There are about 10 core conventions, as they call it now. They are core conventions of the ILO. And the application of the core convention is that whether you're a member of once you're a member of the ILO, by reason of membership, those core conventions are binding on you. Conventions are like international treaties. So the country or your country is supposed to domesticate some of those provisions in the conventions into your local laws, into the labor laws. I ask how many of us have a working knowledge of the labor law, the Nigerian labor law. Probably very few of us. But you cannot really survive as an HR without understanding what exactly the labor law is. Now, the employee of the 21st century, they're becoming progressively knowledgeable that if I want an early retirement, just to look for the areas where my employers has defaulted, then I go to court. I go to court, I ask for a very huge compensation, and I move away. And from the national industrial courts also, we've noticed that progressively, when cases go to the court, employees win more because the employer just believe that a normal lawyer, when I say normal lawyer, a normal company lawyer can go to the NIC and defend our case, because in the National Industrial Court it's a specialized court. So the normal technicalities of the High Court doesn't apply. So the National Industrial Court will look at the conventions, we look at best practices. In fact, the third alteration of the Constitution gave the National Industrial Court the right to bring in best practices. So even if it's not in our law, they can look at the conventions and the standard and say, look, in England, in Papua New Guinea, this is how it is done. This is best practice. So it puts the employer at the back foot. So the conventions are playing major role now. How many of us are aware of Convention 190? Convention 190 on workplace violence and harassment. It has redefined the whole context of what harassment is, what violence is in the workplace. In fact, an applicant that you have not employed can sue you for harassment. I saw a post. Teacher can be funny. It said you went to Canada. You started the job. Your first day at job, you met a lady at the water dispenser. You tapped her. How was your night? He said, be preparing to come back to Nigeria. So all those things are the real, and those conventions and standards, they are redefining what is. So they are redefining what was. So a lot of things, we take them for granted, but the chicken is coming home to roost now, because those conventions are becoming key elements in labor adjudication. So you can't run away from it. Even line managers can't run away from it, because a line manager can even put you in more trouble as a nature, because he can take actions because of ignorance. He can take actions that are subjudiced or that can tantamount to violation of the employee's right. And progressively also, we are moving away from the core issues of employees' rights per se into moving to human rights now. So the context of human rights is also coming into the workplace, which is driven by those standards. So you need to be very abreast of all those issues. And the way the labor movement is going now, as I said, and I don't know how many of us saw the list, when Nigeria went to the ILO in June. It came in the papers that Nigeria, we have 190 something delegates. Nigeria went to 190 or 200 delegates. Now for me, it's a different. I have a different perspective to it. If you know what you are going there to do, and an HR person, once you are crossing that line of mid-level to senior HR, you must go to the ILO conference once. It's not a jamboree. I was in the committee of fundamental principles and right at work. That was the committee that I was in June, and I can tell you 3 times. There was a time the committee finished this work around midnight. There was a time they finished around 1 a.m. There was a time they finished work at 4 a.m. And the meeting will start by 8:30 in the morning. So you can imagine working from 8:30, you have 1 hour break in between, and consistently. And in Geneva, if you go to meetings, they don't serve you tea. They don't serve you tea, they don't serve you water. So you have to buy your tea, you have to buy your water. I dare go to a meeting in Nigeria and they don't serve tea. You wonder why, what is wrong with this? That might be a reason why you mark down the meeting, because this training is not okay. But there, you just go and buy your tea, buy your stuff. So those conventions, those standards, they are now, many of them, they are fundamental to our existence. For some of us that are also, this might be contentious, that are not, your offices are not, you are not unionized. Convention 87 on rights to organize and collective bargaining, it gave rights to the existence of the unions. That you don't have the right to exist. You can't push them out. And to say we don't have union in our offices is a joke, because union doesn't exist in your office. The union exists in the national. So they just need 1 or 2 persons to say in your office that we are okay. then they will just come and inaugurate it. So we just have to be abreast of all these issues, then start creating structures, knowledge structures. I think it boils down knowledge structures to start. If you don't, I hope nobody from NLC is here. If you don't want the union, start encouraging the staff to say, look, we'll take care of you much more than union can take care of you. Which is what it is. But definitely those conventions, and we can also assist, we can collaborate, more knowledge of those conventions, those labor standards, in fact, for you as an HR, and if you want to play in the global space, working knowledge, not cram knowledge, but working knowledge of those conventions and standards, they are very important for us.
Thank you, sir. Please put your hands together. Wait, you add it. Let me ask you your question. I'm calling, please.
No problem.
Okay, so can you share a pivotal moment in your career that significantly influenced your professional growth and success? So you can now say what you wanted to say and then answer the question.
Thank you. Can we please appreciate her? She's.
Thank you.
There's, a number of it, but I don't want to forget this thought because. Again, we can just add where necessary to expand the scope of reference. I think increasingly it's important that as we talk about global opportunities and the skills required to get them, we need to add the bit around the additional knowledge we need to add of what operates in those countries. I'll give two very recent examples. Just this past week, I was involved in a conversation where the LinkedIn account of a recruiter was locked by LinkedIn because he posted a role and overemphasized gender preference. Yeah. LinkedIn took the account. Now, in such context, the immediate argument of the average Nigerian is, it is my LinkedIn account. You are using someone else's profile, and that platform is subjected to such globally accepted best practices and standards. So you can't come to say it is mine, it's borrowed platform. That's one. Two, I hope every one of us, for instance, now, in the last, let me just go back 7 years. We've seen the growth of nationalist movements in different countries where for UK it was Brexit, for countries like Poland and the likes. If this lady in Germany lost her position largely because of her position on migration and all of that, you've seen the growth. In fact, all the elections, what has happened in France is influenced by, there's a strong movement for countries to say France first before any other person that is coming into that country, either physically or virtually by way of work and all of that. So, for instance, it is wisdom to go ask ourselves, what was the UK like during the last Labour-led government? Because all of a sudden, that is going to come into play even in the United Kingdom and the like. So I just thought it's because sometimes these conversations are hugely influenced by, I want global opportunities, I want to be global professional, and what are the skills they are looking for. And we forget that these countries don't belong to us. And the organizations we want to work in those countries are ruled by the laws of those countries. So in addition to the skills, it's important that we begin to ask ourselves, laws are laws, and there are countries where the laws would take effect without some excuses, as it were. Pivotal moments, I'll refer to two. One, I've been very public with it. Many years ago, I stumbled on an article. It's been a while I read it, but if you can go do the research, it will help you. At least it helped me. It was titled Top 70 Paying Jobs the Year 2030. And this must have been like a 2002 thereabout that I stumbled on that article. The closest material to it would be the 2020 workforce. Incidentally, I took that book again to read 2019, is it 2019 or 2020, as we entered 2020, and I mean, February, COVID hit and all of that. And in that book, The 2020 Workforce, after 10 major predictions between the year 20, and it was written in 2010, by the way, between 2010 and 2020, the extra 5, in fact, they call them prophecies, the extra 5 prophecies that was added to the 10 bold predictions. Number 3 was that there was going to be a global pandemic that will alter the way of work globally. But I linked that to the original book that I read, that article I read, top 70 paying jobs in the year 2030. And that shifted my thought pattern around work and careers and all of that. One was the time perspective. It was important to be very long-term in each of our projections. And so even if you are, and I think we don't do that enough, where people have had career challenges. So you went to give birth, you couldn't come back to the workplace, you got sacked, without due cause, you took a wrong turn, and then 2-3 years, there's this huge gap. People that have made wrong career decisions or just took a right turn and activities came up. There are people that have not recovered from COVID, for instance. So it's important that we re-emphasize these things. So for me, those two materials helped me to I rarely talk to you about career issues and I'm just looking at this year or I'm looking at next year. I'm almost always trying to force people to say, can we, and it's not, when I say your 5-year plan, it's not necessarily in the exactness of it, but just that take your eyes off the here and now, because sometimes it colors our reasonings and it helps us, it doesn't allow us to make, either you are making a decision to stay or to move or to whatever it is or to invest. The longer we are with it, the better. So that for me is one. It really helped me. The second thing I like to refer to was when I was leaving consulting, my first exit out of consulting into practice. I was to take a role to be head of L&D for one of the banks. But before that, I was speaking to another bank, and I would have possibly just been a member. I would have been responsible for curriculum development in the academy in the bank at the time. But another bank that we were servicing as a consultant then said, you know what, you can't be the head of L&D. And there was like a 4-5 million naira difference in salaries. But thank God for Joel Omeke, my mentor at the time, who I shared with, and he was like, you know what, Benga, this will be a member of a unit. This will be the head of the unit. Making this move now, even though I see the financial difference, it will buy you years. And he was the one who started talking to me about how you make career decisions that collapse years. You can make some career decisions, vertical or horizontal, and what you've done with that move is you have collapsed 3, 4, 5 years. It's just that one move, right? I took that role. 2 months after that, the bank adjusted salaries. 3 months after that role, there was the HR director in the other bank was removed, and another director came, and she came with all our unit heads. By the 4th month, people that were handling my recruitment in the other role was asking me if there was space in this one. And that's to emphasize that after all the exactness and the planning and the razzmatazz, there's a divinity to careers, and there is wisdom in other people. There's just this thing around, this is who I want, this is who I am, this is what I want. But I can call him and say, please help me just query what I'm thinking. And those things can save you years, or they can buy you years. That would be mine.
Please put your hands together, please. Wow. And I mean, this is the second time in this conversation that we're probably the third time we're touching on the effect of the sort of divinity, which is to say that in as much as you're moving from one career to another, know your God. That's all I'm going to say. Now, Thelma, quickly, because of our time, because we need to wrap things up, and I'll just ask you one question, and of course ask Wale his final question as well. So, what trends do you foresee shaping the future of talent acquisition, and how can professionals prepare themselves rather to stay ahead in this evolving field?
Okay, so over and over, what was said today is that the day you stop learning is what?
They start dying.
Yeah. So the trends are changing every day. In fact, we're struggling to catch our breath with the amount of, skills that are coming out every day, the amount of tools. So the trend that will remain permanent is your ability to learn, continue learning. Learning does not have to be only when you enroll for a course. It can be a conference like this. It can be a meeting with other professionals. It can be a podcast. It can be whatever that helps you grow. So learning is very key. And of course, the second part is also leveraging the global best practices. Just like our director was saying about, policies. There was this thing on social media where a Nigerian who moved to, I think it was to Canada, and was it UK? And then they were forwarding, I pray NSPPD, right? And then they were forwarding NSPPD prayers, if we're familiar with that. So he was forwarding it to his colleagues, people they were working with, and then they reported him for harassment. So because actually it was an invasion of privacy, because you're sending somebody an information against their wish. So that means everybody in Nigeria should be locked up actually, because before I even log in, I already have like 10 links for me to join the prayer. So what am I trying to say? We must be aware of cultural differences. It has become very, very important. You must be very aware of cultural differences. There are certain things that you say in Nigeria that may come off as rude to other people. So if we're aiming certain type of roles, and that's why it's important, if you're joining an organization, it's good for you to research about that organization. You may be a young person, and then the company you're going for, the CEO there is 70 years, so you don't expect the Gen Z type of vibe. He would ask you what time you woke up, right? And they would ask you what did you have in mind the time you walked into this place. So that also helps us. I know somebody was saying something about age, which I just want to quickly delve on that. Part of the things that I think affected a lot of people is we are in an environment where work experiences are not encouraged. I know that a lot of people went through the university and they never for one day had any work experience, even as small as working in the supermarket, earning. In fact, that was actually how my career started. How my career started was that I was very particular about helping students have work experience, because I noticed that by the time they start asking for that, you have to be 25, you have to have 5 years experience. And I started trying to understand what was the difference. So the difference is that outside of Nigeria, people already start honing their skills. Whether you're working in your father's shop, it's an experience. Whether you're packaging whatever, it's an experience that you need to leverage on. So I think that what we can take back as well, if we have siblings, if we have children, we should make out time for holiday work experience. Go somewhere, work, whether you are a brother or whatever it is. I actually have a friend who is a stylist. And then she was telling me that she wanted to move abroad. And she's very good. She makes hair, nails, and all of that. So she said she wanted to move abroad. I said, okay, how do you want to do it? She said she doesn't know. That she wants to see if there are maybe sponsorships and the rest. I said, are you on LinkedIn? She said she's not on LinkedIn. I said, why don't you? She said, LinkedIn is for professionals now. It's not for people like me. And then I told her, no, that's not true. Every organization is looking for talent anywhere possible. Right now, we are scraping all the surfaces available to find talents. And then she now worked on her profile and set it up. And then in 2 weeks, she was having requests for interviews back to back. She called me. She was like, for this nail technician and all of those things. I said, well, yeah, that works. So they called her and then they told her they needed 2 sessions with her. One was for her to send evidences of her work. And then the second was a live practical session. So she sent evidence of her work. So the evidence of work included the things she has done and then herself doing them. And then the second one was a practical, so which she went through. And then, the second phase, they called her and then they watched her make nails. They watched all her technique of how she made the nails and stuff. And as I speak to you today, she's in the US on a sponsorship. So there is no limit to any, career, anything you want to do. So know your onion. That's number one. Know the right platforms. Be on those platforms. You can't be searching and you're not visible. I may not be visible because I'm not searching. I may not be popping up in speaking engagements because I am not interested. I don't know if you get me. But if I'm interested in it, I'll put myself forward. I'll go to the platform and say, oh, I'm available for any speaking engagement. That's the way it should also be with us. If we want to be in certain places, we have to be visible. Make sure your account is visible. Check your emails. Check your emails. There are a lot of us that have lost opportunities because we saw the email 3 months later. And something has changed about Gmail, which is annoying, but what can I do? Right now, they categorize by themselves what is spam and what is junk. Sometimes you find your bank details in spam. So if you're not careful, you would even delete it without even knowing. It's when you go to the email address, this is actually my bank. Why is it in spam? So because this thing has come up with, the mails that we use, it's very, very important. If you cannot afford to, in fact, even when you upgrade the email, Gmail will categorize which one is spam for them, because hiring managers send bulk, because we use AI now. So once they send a bulk invite or a bulk mail, is categorized as spam because it's more than 2. So check your emails very, very often. It could have some opportunities for you. It may not necessarily be jobs. It may also be programs that you can leverage on. There are people that didn't have any work experience, just a program that they went for 4 weeks what skyrocketed their career. So there's no manual, just like they say, there's no manual in life, but you have to be prepared at every point in time for you to navigate. So some of the future of talent again that we see, people who are multi-talented. I know that sometimes you come across as you're multitasking. For me, I see it that way because we are learning a lot of things at the same time. But the truth is, a lot of businesses want people who can do more than one thing, true or false? Even yourself, if you're a small business owner, you don't want to hire somebody that only knows how to do accounting. You want the person, in case there's an emergency, somebody can do a little bit of admin. So that means you're flexible in your thoughts. So while you have your streamlined career, also pay attention to side experiences that can help you move, or that can help you pivot at the same time. And then also part of the future of talent acquisition that we also see is so part of it that we also see is the fact that you have to be somebody who leverages your soft skills. It's very important. Hard skill is not enough. I say that often. You need to be able to work as a team. You need to be able to learn how to communicate. You need to be able to learn how to solve problems. Nobody was born with these skills. They learned it, and you too can learn it. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for Thelma, please. And of course, final question for Wale, which is, what strategies do you recommend for promoting inclusivity and equitable treatment in the workplace?
What strategy?
Yes.
They used to say, culture, it's strategy. For me, it's the first thing is it's not really a strategy, but the first thing is to just decide. Decide whether from beginning, at the middle, or probably the time when you have the big bang, to decide that, look, we want to run a system that is inclusive. Inclusiveness and what again? Pardon me?
Inclusivity
and diversity. So just decide that you want to run a system that is inclusive and has and equitable. Now, when you agree on those concepts, then define what inclusivity means to you, to your business. Define what diversity, what it means. There might be a global context for it, which you might not necessarily deviate from significantly. But within the context of your business, the size of your business, you can decide, oh, this is the point, the level that I want to go. Then once you have agreed at this is where we want to go, then you start putting in structures. Probably from your recruitment process, you align the need for inclusiveness and diversity in your policies. You align with your engagement, you align with everything that you want to do. Then for me, you now start what Benga mentioned, internal stakeholder communication. Because you might have it in policies, and what kills policies most times, and why they don't work, is there's no internal alignment. You have the beautiful policy, but people inside, they don't really understand it, So for me, it's more of consciously taking people through those processes. I'm not sure any of us do, but even in our TGI, thank God it's Friday events, even in our town hall meetings, those that do town halls, there's nothing wrong in taking one day to let's even discuss the context of our policy, just to gauge the understanding of the staff. It will amaze you that many people don't know it. Even the handbook that you give staff, that okay, just sign it. As somebody said, we just sign for signing's sake. Somebody will say it's something that will kill a man. But it probably won't be the policy. So, in fact, that's a joke. When we're writing projects in school, and that is the perception we all have when we're writing projects. So I stumbled on one of my friends. His name is Sly. So he was dubbing projects. He was dubbing another many years ago project to submit. Say, Sly, you did dub project. I would say the way I didn't forget it. He says, smart. Maybe my project could solve Nigeria problem. That's how we talk. So I can't forget. Just smart. Maybe my project could solve Nigeria. And that's the attitude most of us have to these days. Even the policies at work, you say, see, HR will manage the policy, but meanwhile, those policies are traps for the system and also for all of us. So for me, it's less of the culture, but more of stakeholders' engagement in this conversation. If it's a one-page policy, create time once a month, once in a quarter. Let everybody sit down and just gauge knowledge, gauge understanding. Okay, do you understand this? And then we'll consistently reduce threat of not being inclusive and threat of not being diverse enough, because those things are also coming into the labor law, whether we like it or not. Yeah.
Please put your hands together for our panelists, please. I'm sure we've learned a lot this beautiful afternoon. And of course, because of our time, we are really, really strapped for time, and we'll only take 2 questions. Yeah, the lady in the check shirt. Let's have a lady and a man so that we can balance everything. Okay, so the gentleman, so that women supporting women, please. The gentleman, please, can you please come forward? And the lady at the back, please come forward. Please put your hands together for them as they make their way forward to be able to ask their questions. Just 2 questions, and because we need to wrap it up, and we have different organizations that are coming that need to interface with the students and alumni as well. So we need to be able to. Sarah, please, can we give the microphone space? Thank you. Ma'am, can you come this way so that you can all... So just ask your questions, and then I'll take them together, and then we'll be able to answer the questions.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olamide Ijomar. I'm a student with Rome Business School. Okay, my question is to Mr. Gbenga. You touched on it a bit. I wanted for you to be able to share more on the how mentoring would impact on individuals, because a lot of people are here primarily to get jobs. And sometimes the way they have coined out their CVs, it may not speak to the exact role it is they want to fill. And so when they get to the hiring manager, they say, you know what, if doesn't fit, just put me in any role. They feel like all I want is a job. How does mentoring play a part in individuals understanding what it is they should do towards their career growth and development? Very important.
Okay. Do you want to further ask a question, or you want to answer it now?
Is it how do you get a mentor, or everybody gets a mentor?
Everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so because I want both of them to ask the questions, and then we can just answer because of time. You can have you say thank you. Please put your hands together for her, please. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Marcos, and I help businesses make smart digital sales and marketing decisions. Thank you very much. Funny enough, my question is coming to you again.
You people should let Mr. Gbenga breathe. What's going on here?
Although I think it would have been more appropriate for the first session, because I saw questions going in that direction. It's about visibility, yeah. So there was a time in my career when I was mostly on hands-on roles in digital marketing, say SEO, ads and the likes, yeah. And that time was before the COVID. And if for those of us who understand, before COVID, if you're doing more than one roles at the same time, a lot of HR professionals would think or will tell you to your face that you can't be doing this job and how will you be able to cope? Yeah. And I was doing a lot of that. I was doing a lot of remote roles. In fact, sometime between 2020 and 2019, I had a target to work with 30 small scale businesses minus my 9-to-5 role. For obvious reasons, but I wasn't able to. I did only 24. And my point actually is in terms of visibility again, how do we now combine all of that on our CVs or in our communication? And I'll give an example just to sort of put it in context. I had an interview with an international recruiter.
I'm so sorry. I would have loved, but he gets it because of time, because we have recruiters, organizations that need to interface with the students. So please, thank you. Please put your hands together for him, please. Make it loud. Thank you so much, Salvatore.
My personal definition of mentorship is about mirroring. When you need to choose a mentor or accept a mentor request into your life, that person must mirror, not always in exact terms, but must mirror where you're going or mirror a part of your life you are trying to solve. I also want to quickly state on mentorship because we've done a lot here today and it's been career, and there's a tendency for us to just look at our careers as the areas where we have a challenge. Personally, and from working with different people, I've seen cases where you're actually okay career-wise, but you have a finance challenge and you need to go deal with that away from your job or your career, or else you will bring that problem into the workspace, and that can be a problem. And so I'm saying that to say, to emphasize the fact that mentorship shouldn't only be career focused, right? Mentorship at different times and stratas in life can touch different areas where there's just a gap, and that gap can be knowledge related, or it can be a challenge, and you can see someone else who seems to have it all figured out as far as that is concerned. So you, for instance, have a gap around dressing. You just don't know how to put colors together or look like your role and your grade in the office. A mentor in your life seems to never dress wrong, because one, you can see what you are not in that person, and then you can, again, mentorship, approach the person, or from afar observe. There are mentors in my life right now that I've never met, but guess what I've done? On any platform from LinkedIn to Instagram to Twitter or whatever it is, I've turned on notification to their post. What that does for me is I read what they are talking about, and that gives me the opportunity to just rub my mind with their mind, and I can see where their thought is headed. And that is the mentorship I need for that 6 months, or for that. In the course of the week, I have one of them that I personally call in my template. He posted that the organization was celebrating 18 years of establishment. I reached out, apart from the post, I reached out to say thank you. And in that 5-10 minutes of conversation over the phone, he mentored me. Why? Is a mirror of what I want to be at a certain time or age in my life. Is doing almost 90% exactly of what I want to be doing and that I'm currently doing, but it's got 10 years on me as far as that project is concerned. So I look at him every day. When I'm having a bad moment, I literally go to his Instagram feed, and I'm reading, and so I'm able to read in between the lines. We have actually never met in person and talked for 30 minutes before since I've known him. Never. But I interact with him that deliberately, because on that thing is a mirror of what I want to be. And I see it, and that interaction now helps me to pick what I need to pick. And please, I want to beg. So you can do that for different areas too. and be deliberate that is holistic, because increasingly I'm seeing people who you are making career decisions because, oh, I'm not happy, you're not, but that gap you're trying to fill is something else, but you are not addressing that because you are not looking for a mentor in that area, because you don't even see it as a gap. So that's and you have to be deliberate and don't look for people who are really high there. So you're a finance person, you want to be a CFO. The CFO of your organization or another organization might not have your time, but trust me, that CFO has a number 2, number 3 that is perhaps more available. My personal recommendation is look at the CFO from afar, but for actual engagements and practical sessions, look for number 2s, number 3s, and number 4s. They may have the time that you require. That would be that on that, but we can meet after now. For you, the second guy, first impression, you come across as someone that should just face his enterprise and be less concerned about growing your job. That's the vibe I get from you. Because if you're able to do, you didn't do 30 jobs, you did 30 projects. You did 24 projects, not 30 jobs. And that right there is a portfolio of services you have rendered to organizations that cut across industries. And when you started, you sold yourself as an entrepreneur, not a job seeker. So why are you confusing yourself, right? That's one. That's one. 2 is, my model on this visibility thing is content container campaign. Content, and this is not created content social media. Content is know your stuff. Know this depth and breadth of knowledge. Know everything there is to know about one thing, but one thing about a lot of things. So have depth, have actual content. You know what you know, right? And you take your time to consistently know what you know. So whatever that service or that specialty is, keep investing in that knowledge. And remember, I'm saying knowledge or learning, not training, because I learn from 1 hour of Bloomberg TV every day. It's become an habit. I learned that way. So content, know your stuff, know that thing so well that when you sit or engage with potential stakeholders in that area, they know that you know what you're doing. 2, container, look like it. Look like you know what you're doing, or look like you know what you know, right? And that comes with, in this world, is both how you dress and appear in workshops to how you appear online, right? You see a mechanic, one of the many reasons why you know he's a mechanic is how he or she looks, right? So be deliberate about that, and all things social, but also all things physical, the way you dress, the way the perfumes you use. You're in a place like this, it's important you came with a perfume, and think, because you will hug people, you get close to people, you sit beside people. All those things matter, right? Content, container. And for someone like you, if you're in the digital space, you should have a well-developed website and as well a personal website, so that there is your person separated from your enterprise, right? That's important. But the third is now the campaign. Be known for something, right? And I know sometimes when we say be known for something, people get stuck and I say, I'm just known for one thing forever and ever, right? But it's that you are known for something, but you are progressive in that outlook. So you can't be someone who talks technology and you don't have anything to say about AI today. If I start talking about AI right now, you would actually think I'm a tech person, but I'm still in HR. I start talking about business analysis today. It's more than a job role. It's a competence that anybody can pick. And I'm in HR, but I know and I've studied business analysis because it helps me to understand and serve the businesses that I support. So that would be my advice. That's the model I've always used. I have knowledge around something. I look like I know what I'm doing, and I know what I know is on my inside. But I am deliberate about the campaign that I have, and at different times, and that will now regulate when and how you post or how you communicate that campaign, which is not necessarily, for some people, is to build a community around themselves, so have WhatsApp groups. For some people, it's writing blog posts. For some people, it's coming for programs like this. For someone like our friend here, is a proper researcher to a point where he's doing that for Lagos Business School. So his own content is not posting on LinkedIn. If he posts on LinkedIn every day, it will confuse you, right? But his own content, for his kind of person, he cannot but have research papers. For someone like the DG, his work is that high level that he will not write and post on WhatsApp. He will write and publish in newspapers. That's campaign for him. But that may not be campaign for you. Do you get what I'm trying to say? No. I hope that helps.
Please put your hands together for Gbenga. Sir, do you have anything to add on? No, we're fine. Thelma, do you have anything to add on?
Don't just do it to the corporate.
Sir, they did not hear at the back. It's only we on stage that heard it. People at the back, don't worry, I got you.
As I said, the rate at which knowledge is evolving is faster than our rate of assimilation. So you have to find a way to create a balance and don't be a Choluteca bridge. I think you can Google it, Choluteca, CHOLUTECA, Choluteca bridge. I think it's quite an interesting story that you should read.
All right, please put your hands together for him, please. And of course, Thelma.
Okay, so what I would say is do away with unrealistic expectations. I've seen a lot of people now, they've capped themselves. You know, if the salary is not 1 million, I would not take. You may be waiting for the longest of your life. That people are writing that on LinkedIn does not mean that that's the reality. Some of these write-ups you read are people in Canada and US. They are not in Nigeria with you. So the first thing you ask yourself is, what is my worth? Always compare your skills. You know, put that in line with what you're asking for. Don't be unrealistic. A lot of things that has kept people why they are 45 and they have not grown in their career is because they are waiting for something that does not exist or something that would have taken time to build. So instead of you to waste time waiting, I would say hop on the one that gives you the opportunity to learn and take it that this career, I'm not here for the money. I'm here to gain what I need to take that leap step. He mentioned it, that there are some steps you take and it makes up for the 5 years of the time you think you're waiting. Do away with unrealistic expectations.
Please put your hands together for our panelists, please. Was that an amazing session or what? Can you please put your hands together once again for our panelists? Photographers, can we take pictures? And of course, we'd like to have our sponsors speak to us. Thank you so much. Swift Telephone Network and Tropical General Investment Group. And is Victor Okorie around? Victor, are you in the hall? Okay, just give us a minute after pictures would. Okay. This is part of visibility, by the way. Okay, so we. Please put your hands together once again for amazing panelists. Please keep on clapping till they get off stage. Thank you, Thelma. Thank you, Wale. Thank you, Gbenga. It's interesting what mentorship can do because I actually happened to know one of Gbenga's proteges, and for a split second, I could literally see his protege in him as he was speaking. Gabriel Balogun. Yes, I could literally see. So, I mean, that's the power of mentorship because those around you would know that this is your mentor. So it's very, very important that, you know, you understand the kind of mentor that you need for this season, of course, for every aspect of your life, because it's very, very important. So we'll be hearing from our sponsors for today, which is Swift Telephone Network. Please put your hands together for them because if they did not sponsor this event, we'll not be here. Please keep on clapping. And of course, our second sponsor, Tropical General Investment Group. Please put your hands together for them as well. Thank you for your sponsorship. We really do appreciate. And we'll be hearing from them shortly. Can we have Victor Okorie? He's the rep from Swift Telephone Network. Okay, he's on seat. Please put your hands together for him, please. You're welcome. 5 minutes and yeah, we'll call it a wrap. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Victor Okorie from Swift Telephone Network. Swift Telephone Network, we are a telecommunication brand, and basically we offer telecommunication services to businesses as well as to individuals right here in Nigeria and across the broad. Now, for the business owners here, business enthusiasts that are here that you want to do business. Today, you can no longer do business with just your regular MTN, Glo, one number. No. The business space is evolving. And with Swift Telephone Network, we have our contact center solution that with one number, you can be able to take concurrent calls from a number of your audience cut across different destinations. Also, we have our IVRO service. Our IVRO service allows your callers to call into your center, call into your numbers, and get an interactive voice response that gives them information about your business before an agent or someone talks to them. That's one of the services also that we provide at Swift Telephone Network. Also, we have our bulk SMS service. Now, for Rome Business School, we have a bulk SMS service known as a promotional service that you can use to make announcements of your events as well as your products to your customer clientele, depending on location. And also, you don't have the issue with delivery because we have that also covered on the network. Also, we have the transactional bulk SMS for those of us that may be in the fintech space. Okay, with our transactional SMS feature, you can come on board and you can be able to send SMS to your customers. Also on our network, we have what's known as the voice broadcast. I don't know how many of us have received a call from MultiChoice, DSTV at any point in time, and when you pick up, you hear a voice speak to you, and after 30 seconds or 45 seconds, the call drops. Yes? Thank you. Now, that is voice broadcast. A call is being initiated by the machine, and it's been sent to an audience, a wide range of audience. Now, this can be your existing customers as well as prospecting customers. On the network, we can assist business owners as well as businesses to achieve this by getting a greater reach. And also use, in terms of cost, it is affordable. Okay? Now, I want to give everyone the first 30 persons in this hall that will go to www.stn.ng. Click on Get a Line. Now, we have two offers there. One is for businesses. The other is for individuals. If you're an individual, please fill. Upon submission, you get a free recharge for attending this program today, 8,000 Naira for the first 30 individuals. That is part of our giveaway packs to those who are attending. Thank you very much.
What's the website again, please?
Pardon? Website is www.stn.ng. First 30 individuals that submit will get a 1,000 Naira recharge bonus today. Thank you.
All right, please put your hands together for STN, please. Okay, so quickly, can we have our rep from Tropical General Investments Group? And as she comes forward, please, to all of our partners that are here. Now, please note that these organizations, they're here for recruitment. So please make sure that you go to all of these stands and visit them. Please make sure you have conversations. And we have career mentors around. We have Mrs. Elizabeth Kings at the HR Leverage stand. We have Wumi Faiga at Cyber Teapot stand. And we have Cynthia Sonyolu at the Polaris Bank stand. These are career mentors. Please make sure that you speak to them, should in case you have any questions about career pivoting and the likes. And shortly after Azizat from TGI speaks, I would also read out all of the organizations that are here for recruitment so that we can know, based off of what we want, we can be able to go to the organization that best meets our requirements. Over to you, Aisha. Please put your hands together for her, please. Okay, there's a video. Media, are we ready for the video? From TGI. Okay, we have 1 minute. So whilst we are waiting for that, thank you. Just be on standby. Okay, so these are the companies that are here for recruitment. Please make sure you listen attentively so that you can know which organization you'll be looking out for. We have Beacon Gate, we have Rovidana, we have TGI, we have Coralford Consulting, we have African Luxuries, we have Silverbird Cinemas, Silverbird Film, Rhythm 93.7, HR Leverages Africa, Black Skill, EBHR Consulting, it's a consulting company, by the way. We have Cyber Teapot, we have Polaris Bank, Capital Field Investment, Geminal Consulting, FMR Agency, Swift Telephone Network, and Strevert Services. Strevert. Apologies, but please, yeah, services. So please make sure that you go to all of these organizations because they are recruiting, and it is just very, very important. That is why, that is like the major purpose for today's career fair. So is the video ready? Media. Can we have volume, please? Can we pause it and then have volume? Because we need to hear the audio from the video. Once again, let us not be in a hurry to leave. Let us ensure that we go to all of the companies that have come here because they're here because of us. So let us ensure that we go to all of these companies and we ask questions. We know if we meet up with the requirements that they require or just get information that may be useful for somebody else. Media, we're good. There's still no sound, Media. But can you just speak maybe, yeah, because of time.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly permit me start off appreciating Rome Business School and for a wonderful career fair. The panel sessions have been most inspiring. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Dr. Olukayode, Thelma, I think she's gone. A few of the panelists, the facilitators have gone. Benga, it was a pleasure speaking with you earlier today. My name is Aziza Chubawale, and I'm delighted to be here representing TGI Group. TGI Group, as you will notice, all right, thank you. TGI Group, as you may notice from the video, is a multinational group of 17 companies playing in different industries, from oil and gas servicing to manufacturing to chemicals to pharmaceuticals. I have a few of my colleagues here, Nevan, from our pharmaceutical business unit. We only met here by surprise. To retailing, to chemicals, agribusiness. We have footprints in about 5 countries. We're in Nigeria, we're in Ghana, we're in Benin Republic, we're in Dubai, we are in India. As a group, okay, so I'm going to try to do better than Swift. I was going to mention our brands, but I'm going to allow 5 people mention some of our brands, and you would have 10,000 naira each.
Excuse me, is that TGI just came to this stage and looked for my trouble for me? As is that I don't like what you just did.
I'm sorry.
Let me start. Excuse me. Let me start with the brand name. Let me start. Let me start. Why would you describe? I'm a person with the microphone. What do you mean? I'm going to start.
Okay, so I'm going to allow you select the people.
Not start.
We will see in camera on the other one.
She said if it's on the account, she said she will see me in camera. Okay, visibility. First 10 people. Come outside. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You don't like it? Free 10K. Free 10K. 10 people. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more people. 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's like. It's actually very balanced. 5-5. Wow, interesting. Okay, so we'll start with the first person. Ladies first, after the gentleman.
All right. Chief Farms, one of your brands. That's a company. So what's our brand?
Okay, rice.
What rice?
Bull rice.
Almost there.
Yeah, bull rice, like the booby.
Wait. Auntie, go. Let me clap for her, please. Put your celebrate for her. Please, let me gallantly go back to your seat. Sir, be on the queue, please. Some people came before you. According to how you came, please, we need to be orderly. Thank you. Just according to how you came. Ma, go and sit down. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. You have Terra Oil.
It's okay. One is okay.
These are the people.
So
extra sheets.
What I'm going to do is, she got half of the name. She got
Wait,
half
just
of the
stay.
name.
You shall got it.
I'll maybe split it between you.
So 5K, here go. We will share the money together. Okay.
Terra Sizzling Cube.
Yes.
Please put your full 10K. You get to share yours. Please go. Why people should go together? You're sharing your 10K, yes?
Confirm soya oil.
Sorry.
Confirm.
No.
Is it confirmed soya oil?
No.
She's wondering, that name doesn't sound familiar. Please, you can go back to your seat. Please put your hands together for her, please. Please, ma, come for. You look very gentle, but don't worry, we're with you.
Terra Seasoning Cube.
Yeah, but someone said it's alright.
Bull rice. Big bull rice.
Yes, big bull. So how do I do now?
Don't worry, it's 5K. Let's hope somebody gets it half. That will share the 10K with you. But just be on standby. Just, yeah. Ma.
Terra Golden Oil.
Also, she said half.
Wait, Aziza, let's.
It's Golden Terra Oil.
Idea is needed. Let's just.
Yeah, so she had said Terra.
Okay, only Terra.
She had said Terra Oil.
So they will both share the 10K. Half. So hold on to your sister.
Right now, 3 people. So the next half, maybe we'll have 4 people have 5,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Chief Farms.
Is it not Chief Farms?
Can you get their details?
Azizat, he said Chief Farms.
No, that's
it's a product, not the company. You can go, sir.
I'll tell you
thank you for coming. Please put your hands together for him, please. Thank you for your courage. We appreciate you.
All right. Renew cold water starch.
Yes.
Excuse me. Wait. Bro, stay here. Stay here. You use the starch very well, Abby.
Yes.
We know that. We know our brother, but please put your hands together for him, please. So you're going home with 10K.
Kiri diapers.
No.
Sorry, I love the confidence, but I love it. Okay.
Vinco Band. Vinco.
Okay, yes, that's one of our brands.
Please put your hands together.
All right.
So I noticed something very interesting. All the guys got the 10K, all the ladies got 5K. What's going on here? There's a lesson to learn there. Know the answer with your full chest. Always be confident with your what? Your answers. Are we good?
Yes, thank you so much. So for the gentleman that mentioned Chi Farms, our brands that are produced from Chi Farms are the animal products. So the Chi sausage, the Chi chicken. We do also play in the maritime industry. So ORC fishing, we have crabs, we have fish, all sorts. Yes, all right. So thank you for playing. All right, one house. Thank you. All right, so at TGI Group, we believe in creating an environment where innovation, growth, and collaboration is at the forefront. Our mission is not just to be leaders in the industries we play in. We are also very big on fostering an environment where employees feel valued and where there's opportunity to grow and make a difference. We are excited to meet with you. We look forward to connecting with you at the back of the hall. Please come, let's discuss. Let's learn about what your aspirations are. Let's see how we can discuss you joining the team. My colleague Deroti is an alumnus of Rome Business School. All right, so thank you all. Thank you for playing.
Please put your hands up for Aziza, please, and TGI. Thank you. So please, if you know that you want 10,000 naira, I will not be there to help you. Make sure you go and collect your money. Her name is Azizat. Their stand is over there. Collect your money, but please be civil while at it. Make sure the transfer goes. It's not audio money. I mean, we know that. Please celebrate TGI, please. Giving us money in this beautiful economy of ours. So in the course of the event, we noticed that somebody had plugged in their phones. It's a Samsung phone. But you must tell us the frequently called number. The owner has found themselves. There's even a tab. Okay. If you know that you have a device that is missing, please meet the Rome Business School team and just identify yourself with the devices. Or please make sure you go to any of the individuals from Rome Business School, and then they'll attend to you. Okay, with this, I believe that we've come to the end of Rome Business School 3.0 Career Fair. Can we please celebrate Rome Business School? Thank you so much. And it's been a delight and let's still wait. Excuse me. Let's hold on first. Let's calm down. Okay, so once again, it's been a delight and a pleasure serving as the master of ceremony for today's event. My name is Jadesola Adewodun. Professionally, I'm known as Lady Jade. I'm a professional event host, and of course, I host every kind of event. Justina, hold on. Relax. Oga said I should wrap up. Hold on. Okay, so you can find me on social media, on Instagram at Lady Jade Global. You can find me on LinkedIn at Jadesola Adewodun, and the same applies to Facebook as well. So I would also love to connect with you and also create memorable events for you such as this. And with this, I would hand over to Justina, who would also talk more about the companies that are... Okay, so everyone, now when you came in, you were given a small nice bag, right? You didn't get a bag. The career fair, only late school, if you came late, they did not give you because you came late. So relax. But if you came early, for we early birds, you have a bag with you, right? And then there is a voucher in your tag. Check the business school tag, bring it out. Don't be in a hurry to go outside. There's something in it for you. Have you brought it out? Justin, don't worry. You know you already have 5K. Relax. Don't worry. You already have 5K. Over to you, Justina.
All right. Thank you, Jerry. All right. So, good afternoon, everyone. I want to believe we had a great time today. So, very quickly, not to waste our time anymore. So we have a voucher there, so you can make use of that voucher at any The Place restaurant within Ikeja axis. So so as you're going, you can just drop by at any The Place. We have a lot of The Place restaurants around here, so just make use of that. It's just a little token. Just get some food and a drink with that. So when you get there, you use it. They are the one that would